Welcome to the Jordan Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, March 25th, and we are joined today by board members Barnett and Barrow and Robinson and Wood and Dean. We are going to be joined shortly by Mr. Demford, who is just on his way. My name is Nikki George. I'm the board president and will be conducting. We also have with us Anthony Godfrey, our superintendent, Michael Anderson, our associate superintendent, and John Larson, our business administrator, as well as other members of our staff. We appreciate you who are here. We appreciate those who are joining us virtually on YouTube. We'll go ahead and begin this meeting with an update from our calendar committee with recommendations for the 2026-2027 school year. Dr. Anderson, Mr. Hamblin, and Mr. Olson.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. We're pleased to be here today and give you the beginning points of the 26-27 calendar. For the last few years, we've really made it a point to approach the board about 18 months in advance so that we have a calendar that parents and employees and students can all rely on. And I just want to just express my appreciation for the good work of the calendar committee and the efforts they've made with this. We've got parents, employees, and teachers, administrators. We're here tonight. Also, we've got Miss Angela Allen from Bingham. She's our nutrition manager over there, representing the JPAC representation on the calendar committee. Appreciate her being here tonight. And I just want to acknowledge the work and the importance of the calendar. I think if we were to look at a site that was most hit upon on our district website, the very first tab on the very first top column is parents. I think that's symbolic, and the next tab underneath parents, I think it's second underneath there, is our calendars. And people plan their lives around them. They're more than just a grid system of numbers and dates. It's really representative of when we're going to take family vacations, when we're going to plan around graduation dates and major life events such as that. So I think it can be argued that it's one of the most important things that we do for our communities, because we also know that businesses, local schools that are not in our district rely on our calendar because we're the kind of the anchor of the calendar decisions that many make, including their home and business. So that being said, I want to really appreciate the work that Mr. Olson, who chairs this committee, he does, and a lot of prep work goes in behind the scenes, and just again acknowledge the presence of our calendar committee here tonight. With that, and I believe another parent from the calendar committee just walked in. This is Mr. Brian Call, that has served on our calendar committee, so we appreciate him being here as well. Mr. Olson.
All right. President George asked that I start with a little bit of the basics of the calendar since we have some new board members. So Merriam-Webster defines calendar as that in cabinet, and Dr. Anderson nearly threw me out, so we will proceed. Our calendar process is governed by district policy, which is D207. That policy does several things. First, it creates a calendar committee. The committee is made up of voting and non-voting members. The voting members include administrators from all levels, parents from each feeder system, and then JEA and JSPA representatives, who are all those voting members serve a 4-year term and rotate through. So we have a variety of different opinions and inputs. There are also non-voting members. I'm a non-voting member of the committee, as are other department representatives such as transportation, payroll, different stakeholder groups who come and provide advice or information. The policy says that we present to the board at least 2 options per calendar type in use. We only have 1 calendar type in use at the moment because we haven't had year-round school for a number of years. Then we bring those calendar options to the board to survey, to get permission to survey our community, and then we return to the board to provide the results of that survey and make a recommendation for a calendar to approve. Board rule and state law do require that the calendars be approved in a public meeting, so we have to bring those back to you for your vote and approval. The calendar committee creates options that align with current district policy, priorities, and procedures. So we take the things that are decided by you all as board members and determinations of district administration and create calendars that align with those. In board docs, there are a few documents that I put there for you to review. One is called a calendar guideline document. It just has kind of an overview of the laws and rules that come into play. There is a document that lets you see the start and end dates that we've done historically. This goes from the current school year as far back in history as we can determine, which is 1978. Tells you when we've started and ended the school year. And then there's this document that's up on the screen that I'm going to just hit some highlights off of. This document outlines if things on the calendar are a requirement of state law or board rule, if they are a requirement of district policy, or if they are a preference that we follow in scheduling. So I'm just going to hit a few highlights, not go through all of those. First off, some legal requirements. In Utah code actually sets the length of the school year at 9 months. It doesn't give a specific day range. It says that the school year is 9 months long. It also allows us to convert 4 days of school to professional development days. So we can take any 4 days of the school year and use those for teacher professional development, and we're allowed to count those as instructional days. State board then, through their authority, takes that 9-month requirement in state law and turns it into a school year of 180 days, which is 9 months of 4 perfect 5-day weeks. As you may be aware, we don't have perfect 5-day weeks. So when you add in breaks and holidays and things, that's what sets the length of our school year as the August to May or June that it typically is. But we do meet a 180-day requirement, as that's what's set forth in board rule.
Question on that one?
Yes.
I was under the impression that it was a state law that it was 180 days, but it's USBE.
State law says 9 months.
Okay.
And then USBE says 9 months is 180 days.
Okay.
In D207, this is now where we get into district requirements. We have certain holidays that we are not allowed to have school on by policy. We have no school on Washington and Lincoln Day, which is the official name of President's Day in the state of Utah, if possible. So that is a day that we could hold school if it was necessary. There's a requirement for a minimum 3-week summer recess. It includes a requirement for fall, winter, and spring recess, but there's no length requirement on those, just that they exist. There are requirements for grade transmittal days, for parent-teacher conferences with compensatory days, and for emergency closure days. Now, this is not in D207, but another district requirement that comes into play is length of employee contracts, because the length of the teacher contract is connected to the number of school days, and the number of prep days before and after the school year is connected into that contract. So sometimes we have employee contracts that come into play as we discuss how the calendar needs to be created. We also have history and survey preference. Every year when we do the survey, we ask patrons for their preference on a variety of items, and we try to keep those, take those into account as we move forward. Some of those items are the preference of board as expressed in previous meetings, preference of district cabinet, or just the survey preference. Those things include the Health and Wellness Day in February, a week-long fall and spring recess that has been very popular in surveys that we've done in previous years, 2 weeks for winter recess, a minimum of 43 days for quarters. That one comes into play because of driver's ed in high school. They have a seat time requirement, and a 42-day quarter won't hit that seat time requirement, but a 43-day quarter will. And then graduation. Graduation is one of the trickier things to do because there are fewer places to graduate than there are schools that want to graduate. And that will only become more difficult in a couple of years when one of our neighbors to the south splits herself in 3. And now there are even more of us fighting for the same number of big rooms. So graduation and having our graduation be possible in that time of year is another consideration that comes into play.
Incidentally, that will take place in 2027. So this calendar is not impacted by a potential or the inevitable Alpine split. It'll be the next calendar.
So any questions from the board on that? I did tell Angela and Brian that they needed to prepare a brief skit for you as we moved into the options, and so they're ready for that. Mr. Larson's just working on the audio side. They would love to answer your questions if you have questions for them, or if you have questions on the calendar process, we can address those. If not, we'll move into the options.
Certainly. Has there ever been a preference or anyone request to have a full week for Thanksgiving instead of fall break?
So that comes up frequently. We looked at a full week at Thanksgiving in in the options that we were trying to put together. It really boils down to how a full week at Thanksgiving would impact the start date of the school year, the quarter change, the end date of the school year. How we typically proceed when making calendar options is we'll look at winter recess and how long that can be. Winter recess is tricky because unlike every other holiday, Christmas moves. So it becomes, we're heading into a phase where Christmas is on the weekend, and that's harder to do a 2-week recess around. But if we start with winter recess and then work backwards, sometimes when we've tried to do like a week at Thanksgiving, it makes the start date of the school year, because again, we have to have at least 43 days, ends up with, say, a start date on a Friday. So that would be the first day back for school. So sometimes if there are things like that, it just doesn't work out. We have looked at it. It also has not been one that has been super high priority in preference surveys in the past, but it does come up in discussion.
And I've heard requests for Thanksgiving being that whole week off, but not in place of fall break. I think that was your question.
No.
Okay.
I'd actually love a short fall break and a week long for Thanksgiving so I can actually travel to see my family.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No,
But I know I'm just one person, and I know there's lots of moving parts, and it's pretty.
Yeah, two week-long breaks in the first semester would not really work super well.
Yeah.
So it would be one or the other is what we'd have to.
However, we could explore something like making those 2 virtual days.
That is something the board could
Just want to
explore,
drop a
certainly.
big bomb down, but I mean, there's options outside of, if you'll think outside the box. When we created the calendar committee, we wanted outside the box thinking, and there's ways to work that.
I will also add maybe just a piece of context. When I first started teaching, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving was a contract day, and we've since, a few years back, we changed that so that Wednesday is a non-contract day, non-teaching day, I should say, for students. So we have made improvements there. It leaves a 2-day week, which is challenging on any front, but it's better than it used to be.
You could start 2 days earlier too, I suppose, if you chose to do that, and say we start 2 days earlier into August, and then we do have a week at fall break and a week, but you just have to go farther back into August to do it.
Yeah.
So there is a way to do anything that you want to do within the calendar, but you can't do, John?
Everything.
Yeah. Thank you, Bryce.
Speaking of not being able to do everything, there is always, it seems like every year we get a request for an upcoming lunar or solar event, eclipse. I will let you know that the next time Utah is in the path of totality for an eclipse is 2045.
And I'm 81, I think, that year, and I will be here speaking on behalf of
Okay.
that calendar.
News is it's in August 12th, before school would begin, hopefully, and it's a Saturday.
Possible we'll be attending schools on Saturdays by then. You just never know. So
Outside the box.
yeah, it's the outside of box thinking. We might be going 220 days.
All right. So then our goal today, or my goal today, I suppose, is just as a reminder, is I have 2 options from the calendar committee to present to the board, and we'll be asking for the board's permission to survey. That survey will probably begin after spring recess, just so we actually get people to take it instead of forgetting about it as they head out the door. And then the plan is to return with a recommendation and the board vote to approve a calendar on April 22nd. As Dr. Anderson said, it may seem a little far out with 18 months to go, but we have had a patron already call and ask when fall recess was on this calendar. So there are people ready to get this option solidified. So there are 2 options to present to you today. The first is the long break option. This is the option, and I can say this again if I need to, that has the long breaks. If that's unclear, I'll try and explain in better terms, but it is the long break option. You have a picture, you have a sample of it in board docs that you can look at. But as I mentioned, or may have mentioned, this is the option with long breaks. It has a week-long fall recess. It has a week-long spring recess. Spring recess actually is a week plus a day because of grade transmittal day there in March. There are 2 weeks at winter recess, and the year ends on Friday, June 4th after Memorial Day. all of those combined together to put the start date on August 18th and 19th. High school starts a day before everyone else. Middle school and elementary have a professional development day on that day. So this option has longer breaks. As a result, the school year is a little bit longer. The second option we have is a short break option. This one I'm actually, if I say I'm excited about it, it makes you think bad things about me. But I was very excited about this in calendar committee because a lot of times when we create an option, the only way to make another option is to do the exact opposite. And it turns out that we have a good option and a really bad one. This short break option actually works really well. And I was very excited that we were able to come up with something that works that well. Usually a short break option ends up being kind of tough, but this one is a very viable option. This option starts approximately the same time on August 19th and 20th. As we move forward, you can see in the month of October, fall recess is 3 days, including a grade transmittal day. Winter recess still 2 weeks. And then moving into March, spring recess is 3 days, including a grade transmittal day. This calendar option ends on May 28th, which is before Memorial Day, which is an option or an ending of the school year that the district has not been able to do since 1984, when I was 11 months old. So it is not something that happens much in district calendars. There are some potential graduation implications with ending on that date, but it is a very viable calendar option and one that works rather well.
We looked into a little bit of the graduation implications for the short calendar because it would happen to fall on a week that other districts do their graduation typically. We have penciled in actually options for both calendar dates. Regardless of what happens, we have a graduation venue that year. So,
I have a question about this calendar. So May 31st, is that Memorial Day?
Yes.
And it says no school for students. Does that mean that it is a day for, is this a bad question?
No, but the boxes don't color well. So school ends on the 28th. Teachers always have one additional contract day after the school year ends.
Okay.
So if you'll notice, June 1st is colored on that contract
it's the
day.
contract day.
If I didn't color Memorial Day blue, I was worried people would think they had to come to work on Memorial Day. So I have said Memorial Day recess, no school, even though there's no school because the school year ends, but it looked weird to not say no school when all of the other recesses said. I have spent so much time looking at these that very little details matter a whole lot to me.
Okay. I'm sorry I drew attention to this.
You're fine. But you just have to understand you're going to get an answer if you ask a question.
Thank
like
you.
that.
Well, I appreciate that.
Can I ask, what is that a teacher work day that teachers are able to work ahead, and if they don't need to come that day, they can skip, or do they need to be there physically?
The practice has been that if they have hours accumulated, they can work with their principal ahead of time, and it's
Which day?
On the 1st of June. It's the last day of school.
Last
Teacher checkout day.
Contract day.
Yeah. We've allowed some flexibility with that, where they accumulate so many hours, especially towards the end of the year when May is such a busy month, that we ask them to log them, track them, and they can turn them into their principal, and that's been a practice that we've found to be successful and appreciated by employees.
Thank you.
My biggest concern with the short calendar really is the Utah High School Activities Association. Every year there's some school that's playing a state championship at the same time as graduation. And their inflexibility of changing that game time has been incredible for me to watch. To make kids and the school to make a decision that, should I go to graduation or should I not? And kids graduating out on a baseball field instead of in the stadium and celebrating a state championship with an empty stands is just incredible to me. So I was wondering if Mr. Dunford could maybe take that problem to the Utah High School Activities Association. You imagine they have the venue rented for the day. It seems like either before or after, or opposite of whenever our graduations are, because ours are pretty set. But could you just explore that and bring back whatever you can find out? That is a huge concern for me, because I just don't want any kid to have to make that decision.
Does Utah High Schools already have that on the calendar? And it is during that week?
There are a couple.
Okay.
Lacrosse, baseball, softball.
That's not the case with the long option.
No, because it pushes it after Memorial Day.
State is usually the last week in May. Gotcha.
Mr. Olson, I too was hesitant to express excitement about the short break option, but I love presenting this to our parents, especially with getting out before Memorial Day, and just to see what they say. So thanks to you and your committee for making that work.
It doesn't always work out well, but this one worked out fairly nicely, so it's a good option.
I'm curious. The upcoming school year, 25-26, and then this calendar, it doesn't really affect. But have we ever thought about taking November 1st off, like making that a no school day? Just because I know some elementary school teachers have issues with kids being really tired the day after Halloween, and I don't know if that's ever been considered before.
It is something that has come up in committee. The issue that tends to come up most often is, so if you look at this example, for instance, we have no school on the Monday of that week, so then it would be no school on the Friday of that week, making the week Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, which is a little bit weird. I know the 30th is not Halloween, but if we had done something similar, that's usually how it works out, is we have either the last day of fall recess or a grade transmittal day or something on the first day of that week, and then the November 1st would either be Friday, or we would have a day off on a Wednesday or Thursday, which was a little bit
Yeah,
weird.
sometimes it definitely can be weird. I just wondered
When
if
it has come up, we've
about.
looked at it and just hasn't seemed to flow like the others.
It may be something to bring up with your local lawmakers, because there was a bill a couple of years ago that would have made Halloween the last Friday of October. And honestly, we've done a lot of updates and with bills and things that got a round of applause from elementary school teachers when that was even introduced. So,
But it was a shame because the debate made it seem like a joke. And every teacher in elementary level was like, wait, take this seriously. We want this.
Maybe we can make that one of our priorities and start talking to them now.
Great. I've heard that other states do that and that it's pretty amazing.
Can you tell me a little bit, and we can do this another time if this is not the place, but how fixed is grade transmittal days?
In policy, it says that they are the first day after the last day of a quarter, so the following school day, which then usually means that our quarters end on a Thursday or a Friday, because, again, we try to not have a day off and then coming back a day in the middle of the week. So, but that is in policy. It's not a negotiated policy, so it's something that the board could revisit if they chose to. It would allow a little bit of flexibility, because most calendar options have fall recess and spring recess attached to a grade transmittal day. So there would be some flexibility gained, but it is in policy at the moment.
But that would make making the calendar a little bit easier for you if we did flex that day. Marginally, okay.
As a teacher, I would not be that thrilled.
I asked the superintendent last year, is that something that teachers would like? And the answer was no.
Okay.
Teachers need that day.
If the board would let
They
me move
need that day
Christmas,
on
I
that
could
day,
schedule
not a
things
few
Monday.
days later.
Yeah, because that's when they're
Tie
closing
it
out
all
their
up.
quarter. That's a very big work day.
But when you say this might not be the time for that, or we don't need to talk about it today, this is our moment. Not today, but right now we can talk about any of these questions. I don't want our answers to ever be interpreted as, no, we've already talked about that. We have that all figured out. We can explore any of these and look further into anything that you want to consider changing from the proposal.
I might be wrong, but I think if you went to teachers and asked them, would you take 2 less transmittal days for a week-long Thanksgiving, you'd have some popularity with that, especially for the number of people that travel for Thanksgiving. Transmittal day was really, really hard back in the day, but now everything's updated on Canvas right away. It's really pushing some buttons and
Well, as my children are piling on the stress for their teachers, the teachers are asked to extend deadlines. And that really leaves them, by no fault of their own, grading a lot of stuff at the very end. And especially with standards-based grading and students having the opportunity to try again on assignments and tests,
a fair comment.
I do think, at least for me as a teacher, that would put me in a pressure cooker.
We did in last year's survey include a question for those who identified as teachers, asking if they wanted to keep grade transmittal days or take them out of the calendar entirely, and the preference was overwhelmingly to keep them. We could keep the question about Thanksgiving, or add a question about Thanksgiving if that was something the board wanted to do.
I think it's worth mentioning, I just took a look at the UHSAA calendar for not this, both years, 25 and 26. And the state tournament finals, the last day of them would not be the very last week of May this year and next. It's the second to the last week. So,
Oh, cool.
for example, in 2026, the finals are set to be completed by May 23rd. So maybe they've heard and
considered that.
maybe have been considered. It's under consideration clearly for the next couple of years anyway.
So, is there a reason why, or is it just because you count backwards, we frequently start midweek on the first week of school?
It's just where it falls. We typically try to avoid, because high school starts a day before everyone else, it really means high school needs to start on Wednesday at the latest. It would be a little awkward to have middle and elementary start on Friday and then come back. Some people would like it. It just is a little bit
I don't
weird.
think many people would like it.
The beginning date is one of the things we probably pay the least amount of attention to, because it just falls where it falls after we fit in other things.
Speaking from a mom's perspective, that's the week that I'm like, my kids are excited. They want to be at school. They're okay with the full week. And it seems like we always get there, have a couple of days of rules, and then we have our real first day the next week.
Yeah, I've heard both arguments. I've also heard it's nice to ease into it, have a partial week to start the year, get my kids used to it, then we have a break, and then they have a full week.
Especially with young kids. I
Those
liked
who might
it.
struggle.
Starting kindergarten, starting first grade, kind of like eased them into it. So, but
A question, maybe tangentially related to calendaring, is start times. What do we tell a parent who wants, for example, high school to start at a later time? I think in the past, what I've heard in our discussions is the main, or maybe the only, issue for the school district is transportation. Are there other things that prevent the district from letting schools start kind of at the same time rather than high school super early,
Having school start at the same time.
or closer to the same time? Yeah.
Transportation is the main factor. My response to parents, which I understand is not always, I don't mean to suggest that, well, I have a response, we're all set. But students can take virtual classes. If you take 2 virtual classes, one for first period and one for fifth period, then school wouldn't start until 9 o'clock for students each day. So they want a later start for high school, they can do that. But if we want them to be closer, if we had unlimited buses and unlimited bus drivers, we could start and end school whenever we chose to. If you start school too late, then students in high school would miss on the tail end for competitions, for work, for other things that might get in the way. But starting high school later, it's all interconnected. And it's the end of the day that is more complicated than the start of the day. And so that's something we can explore if the board wants to look at what it would take to change certain start and end times. Even this year I asked how many routes are there at the high school? So how many routes would we have to add how many buses and drivers would we have to add in order to move the high school start time later? I have a sophomore, so I feel it acutely, the impact on high school students getting up early. So I would say transportation is the bulk of the issue, and not because transportation doesn't do a great job. It's just the laws of physics and the logistics required to have one bus serve 3 schools. That's really what it comes down to.
And you've done some research on how many more we would need to service at the high school level? Is that what you said?
Yes. I don't remember the exact number, but it was beyond our ability to
Like it's
To
if I
e-
remember
to
right,
easily
it was
add.
like doubling transportation costs.
And Brian, something that I think about this too is, and the superintendent touched on it as far as mentioning competitions, but after school programs. So if our district was the only one where high school started at 9:00, then students would miss an undue amount of time going to meets and games, because they would be starting earlier. And also as far as practices, students would be at school until, and I know some students are, until 7:30 or 8:00 to participate in a sport possibly. I think that is one of the considerations.
But what if ours was also the only district that was scoring 33 on the ACTs and attendance was, 10% higher than any other district, and just all these other things that are, I guess, through research and studies, depending on how much credence you give those. All the positive benefits of starting school later for teenagers.
One thing, we don't have a high percentage of our high school students who take the bus. One thing that's intriguing is the idea of, if we're dreaming about putting resources to that, is that you could have 2 start times. You could have a start time for 7:30 that ends at 2:30, and a start time at 9 that ended at 4, so that you had really a staggered schedule, so that students had greater flexibility in when they took classes. That would also work for teachers who may have young kids in elementary. I think we'd have teachers who would be eager to be able to start later and be able to drop their kids off in the morning. So there could be a lot of advantages logistically in addition to the academic benefits we might see from that.
You see academic benefits? Because I taught at a school that started at 9, and we did that for a couple years, and we switched back pretty quickly because we didn't see any. In fact, if anything, we saw worse.
Well, what I'm talking about is if we had both options available, I see better academic outcomes, because then students are able to create a schedule that works best for them. I remember Bryce talking about his daughter adapting really well to an early high school schedule. They got on that schedule. It worked great for her. And others, my son, would love a later start. So just, if we're able to calibrate that, if we had more flexibility, there's more cost and more complexity every time you add a choice. But if we're talking about, that's one way you could do it. You can start everything later, or you can make later an option. So you could also have an expanded contract where teachers teach a longer day. There are lots of possibilities.
That helps.
I move that we approve these 2 calendars to go out for survey.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Dr. Robinson, that we approve these calendars for survey. Any discussion to that motion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 And any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Does
Can I
the
just
calendar
clarify?
committee need any guidance on the survey, or is that already that's all set? Okay.
Calendar survey is set, so we would plan on sending it out the Monday after spring break, and it'll be open for 2 weeks, and we will visit you with the results on next board meeting.
Can I make a quick request? This calendar creation checklist is amazing. Is it possible to share it in a Google Drive so the links work?
Which link? Oh,
Just because
the
it's a
hyperlinks?
PDF.
Yeah, I noticed that with the other document. I'll share the PDF so the links work, and also get you a Drive version if you'd like.
Are awesome. And thank you to the parents who I got my start in district work on the calendar committee, and I understand acutely the overwhelming experience that is, and also pretty fun, right?
We had year-round schedules at that time.
We did. It was so stressful. But we had a good time. Travis kept us really entertained on our breaks with all sorts of YouTube introductions. It was so fun.
I feel I should say that we don't require committee members to run for school board, just so it's...
But once you get a taste of the culture, you might just want to. Thank you so much for being here and for your work to both our volunteers and our staff. We sure appreciate you. Great. Let's move into agenda item B, the advisory committee meeting dates and agendas. We'll start with Licensed Employee Advisory Committee. Ms. Dean.
I would like to get feedback from the board on somebody asked about including administrators in the LEAC meetings, and I am just interested in the board weighing in on that.
Will you say that one more time?
So somebody suggested that the LEAC, the Licensed Educator Advisory Committee, include administrators also. And I am interested in board feedback on that suggestion.
My question about it would be, do you think they would speak as freely if an administrator were present? Is that a potential barrier in participation?
That was my first thought as well. I feel like the intention of this meeting seems to be for that group, and that if our administrators are feeling like they could use an audience, I would be interested in providing that, but I don't know that personally I would do that in LEAC. Are you getting feedback that there are administrators who would like an audience
This
with
was
the
just
board?
one suggestion, and I just wanted to have public feedback from other board members about this suggestion.
I think several superintendents ago, there was this culture built within the district. I've heard that the only way you could speak to the board is if you went through the administration. And so that was one of the things in creating this, was we wanted to have that open access, that administrators, they should go through them on many things, but we wanted to be very open to allow a teacher to come and speak to us individually. So I could see a drawback, but I can see that it'd also be some positive too. So,
Dr. Godfrey, you work with our administrators pretty closely. Do you feel a need there that our administrators feel like they could use more access to the board?
I haven't had that specific request for some that I can remember. I also don't know of a specific way that administrators directly access the board, although I feel like with principals and cabinet members and directors, there's a fair amount of interaction. I think including administrators changes the nature of the meeting and limits the candor that we would expect. We could address it in a couple of different ways. I have a portion of the agenda in every principal meeting, and Dr. Anderson conducts every assistant principal meeting. And we could say, if you are interested in contacting the board, this is how you do it. This is the avenue that you have. I think we could either reinforce that, or we could do something separate, but I wouldn't combine the processes, I guess.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anybody else have anything they wanted to say about that?
I'll ask a question. Why would our teachers not speak up if their administrator is there? And I don't know if anyone can answer that, but that's a concern of mine. Why would our teachers not feel like they can say whatever they want to say with their principal there or without their principal there? That's I don't like that. If the case is that a teacher feels like they can't speak because an administrator is there, that bothers me a
I
little
don't
bit.
think it's an intimidation thing. When I go to an SEC meeting, there's a reluctance because I hold a higher authority. And so they don't feel free to speak because someone who represents the school more than I do is present. Therefore, questions about my school should go to them, not me. I don't think it's, I can't let my principal know what I'm saying. I don't think that's the issue at all. It's a matter of, they have the answer, I don't. They know, I don't. And we don't want that. We want them to have the answer. So it's a matter of, let's keep the higher authority out of the room so that they feel like they are the one that represents their school, not their principal.
I think when you say something around someone with authority, what you say has a greater impact. It has more. So I think it's just a different conversation depending on who's in the room. I don't think it's necessarily that I don't have a good relationship with my principal or I can't say what I need to say, but if you're going to say something about the school in particular, you might measure things a little bit if the person's right there versus if they're not. That's all. I work hard to dismantle, to give a lot of channels for people to express themselves at whatever level they're comfortable. So you may have a number of teachers who would be fine if their principal's there, if they're not. But you have a better chance of reaching everyone if you don't have administrators there. And some of my favorite meetings are when I'm meeting with a group that all has the same job or all has the same situation. The day I met with a group of students at a high school and just gave them a chance to give me feedback. They're all at the same school. They're all similarly situated. I met once with the administrative assistants from our 6 comprehensive high schools. And because they all had the exact same job, they were able to kind of play off of each other, and I was able to get a coherent message. So I'd rather have more meetings with a clearly defined group than a larger meeting with multiple groups if I'm looking for really clear feedback.
That makes sense. That would be a justification to keep them out, to keep administrators out of this meeting based on that justification. But we were talking about not asking them to come because it might stifle teachers from speaking out. But if this is the justification, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, okay.
So it sounds like it would work best with just educators, with just the teachers.
Educators. I think that's
Okay.
great. Because any licensed employee is welcome at
Yeah.
LEAC, right? I would just add, sometimes when my boss is in the room, I want to be impressive to my boss, and I want to leave a good impression there. And so I might be more reluctant to ask really candid questions or to maybe be really honest with my feedback. And that has nothing to do with the fact that I think my boss would fire me or anything else. I just want my boss to think well of me. I'm not a Jordan employee, so this is no reflection on anyone in the Jordan School District, but I do think it just changes the nature of the meeting, like you said. perspective. I don't think it means that they can't talk, though. Okay.
And another suggestion that I received was possibly having a LEAC meeting at the at Juniper in their great room, which I don't know what the board thinks about that.
It's on the far south end of our district. So your northern schools are going to travel more.
And the thing is, though,
Here,
like,
right?
there are teachers at Majestic that, well, I know of at least one that lives in Springville. So, I mean, I feel like it's not, a lot of our teachers don't even live within the district or within the boundaries of the school that they are teaching at. But by that same token, I know a teacher that, I don't know if she still teaches, but lived up in Ogden. And so, anyway, I don't know how we could find a place that would be equidistant for most teachers.
But
if
if
that
your
makes any sense.
idea is that we rotate meeting sites, I mean, I don't know that I would have everyone at Juniper. That seems like an extra burden for them. But are you suggesting
Well, it
like
was
we
actually
rotate meetings?
Aubrey Munch that suggested Juniper. And so I thought, oh, that's, and I think isn't she an administrative assistant there? Yeah. And so, or yeah, the assistant principal, sorry. And so I don't know if it would be an undue burden, but she suggested that, so.
Or a feeling that like, oh, let's go to the nice school. I really would like to avoid that because I think every one of our schools has lovely space.
Yeah, and anyway, okay, so doesn't anybody, does that mean like not necessarily have it there, but just have it at the same place every time and maybe at more, just like at JTC or at a district building instead of at a school building? Is that what you're
All
about,
I was
Nikki?
saying was, I think that if you want to look at rotating sites for each meeting, that sounds fine to me. I would be open to just sending out a message to LEAC and saying, hey, would it be convenient if we rotated, or would that make it more confusing? I don't know. I'm fine with what they want, where they want to meet. It doesn't make a huge difference to me.
And it doesn't make a huge difference to me either.
I'm curious if you settled on a time yet for the meetings?
Was I supposed to come back with a time?
I was just curious because if you're going to have it more far south and it's like kind of after, like right after they get out of school, then
Oh,
it
so,
would
yeah.
matter coming from their school.
Okay.
I just thought of that. So.
That is a good point. That is a really good point. Okay. And was I supposed to come up with a time, or was the board going to come up with a time for the meetings? I did.
We're hoping
I
you
do
would
have some
just
dates.
have some dates that you could
I
run
have some
past the
dates,
board.
but I'm talking.
That'd be
But
great.
I mean like a time on the clock instead of the calendar. Like,
No, I think we can probably just follow what we've done in the past. I think most of our teachers prefer it close after their contract. Is that right? Do you remember what time we usually have done it?
so around
4?
4:30. Okay. Okay, so I have a lot of dates, and I don't know if the board would prefer in April or in May for the first meeting.
And at this meeting, we're talking about feedback.
So, and the thing is, I don't even remember if I did rewatch the meeting, but it was like a week and a half ago. But I can't remember if it was going to be a noticed meeting with all the members of the board, or if it was going to be 3 members of the board. Because the LEAC meeting that I attended, when I think there were 6 board members, it was, or were there 7?
Everyone
Was there. I think that it was nice. It gave more opportunities for the teachers to speak when there were fewer people in their group than if they were divided into 3 groups. It seems like there would be less opportunities for people to speak. So should we have it be a noticed meeting and
That wasn't a notice meeting.
I know, like we all just stood apart away from each other until we all sat at separate tables.
But I think that would be determined based on the content of the meeting and the date of the meeting.
Okay.
How many board members are available. And like in that instance that you're referencing, that was the intent of the meeting, was to get into small groups. And so I think we could probably look at that depending on the agenda that you determine.
And
or
almost
we determine.
almost every meeting had a different format. We never followed the same format.
Because there's only been one LEAC meeting since I've been on the board, and that was the one that I have
So-
based my opinion of.
The majority
meetings
of meetings
on.
that we had prior to that was a new approach that the one you attended. But prior to that, the general feel of it was we rotated. The chair was always in attendance, and then we tried to rotate 2 other board members. So there were always a variety of board members at the meetings, but there was also the consistency of having that chair there. So if you would like to continue with that format, you're welcome to. If you want to do the other, we could look at it.
So,
It's
Mr.
sometimes nice to speak in a full group.
Mr. Larson, what are your thoughts? Would we need to notice if we had all 6 board members, or Mr. all 7?
It just depends on if you're all receiving the same feedback. If you're not in a quorum, if you're at different tables, different rooms, different groups, you're not presenting, it would not be considered a meeting.
Okay.
You can structure it so that it's not a meeting.
Thank you. Okay. So what does the board think?
So are you still considering the topics to be feedback on cell phone policy?
I was under the impression that the board was going to decide the agenda.
Right. So
whatever
usually
the
we'll
board
take
wants.
your recommendation and then as a group approve it. So that's why I'm asking you if that's what you're recommending.
I think that would be, I still recommend that.
Okay. So okay. So I just wrote down a few notes in the last meeting. So I probably took more notes than what you would actually be recommending. So I said, oh, wait, maybe I'm looking at, okay. Cell phone policy feedback, challenges and successes in attendance.
Yeah, these were
flag
all
display bills,
thoughts that I
and
had.
PBIS.
Yeah, those were all thoughts I had about possible agenda items, but I feel like personally I think that a more narrow agenda is helpful, and I do not doubt that our teachers will bring up concerns that they have. If they have a pressing concern, I think that they will not hesitate to voice that, even if it's not about the cell phones. But I feel like having a narrow agenda will, you know what I mean? Like I didn't necessarily want all 4 of those things on the same.
Right.
Okay.
That's why I was saying, I know we talked about many things. Do you have recommendations for this agenda?
Yeah, I think the cell phone policy would be, I'm interested to know what it is really looking like in the classroom and in the schools. I don't know if the rest of the board is interested in feedback on that.
If we're doing cell phone, I'm curious if it would be a better conversation dividing secondary and elementary.
Isn't that what we did at it seemed like that's what we did at that one LEAC meeting that I attended, was
We've done a
separate.
variety of approaches. So you can have them all together if the agenda lends itself to that. To me, this agenda seems like it might be a better conversation separated out, but I'll defer to the experts on that. With that, do you feel like having them all together would?
I don't have a preference.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, I missed the last thing that you said.
I was just asking if our staff had a recommendation in terms of whether it would be a more productive conversation by level or all
I think it
together.
would be more productive by level personally. Yeah.
I would agree with that. And I think the cell phone policy would be a timely discussion, especially because we're going to ask parents as well, and that would give us a broader picture.
Oh, is that the JPAC? Oh, yeah. So it could give us a really good idea about the hearts and minds in our district.
You can always, leave 45 minutes at the end or however long it's going to be, like 30 minutes for questions, right? Say, hey, is there anything that has come up that you'd like us to look into or whatever, So then they could bring up their other things and it's not just one thing. I don't know.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Like,
I-
it's okay to leave time for questions, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. So it sounds like the agenda will be cell phone policy
For the whole meeting.
for the whole meeting.
Is that worth having elementary there? I just don't know that an elementary teacher is going to have a lot to say about a cell phone policy.
So you're suggesting a
So-
second topic or a different topic?
I don't know what we're going to hear from them.
We've had levels before where we just invited one level to a meeting. So we could just do secondary.
I mean, I think they can talk about the challenges they have with parents wanting their child to want to wear a watch or to. I just don't think it's worth gathering all of them together to ask elementary teachers about a cell phone policy.
So if we separate them by elementary and secondary, the secondary could address cell phone policy and elementary could have a separate topic.
I'm curious, do you feel like elementary teachers would like to provide feedback on cell phones?
I was surprised when I talked with elementary principals how many concerns they had. I felt like, well, this is much less of an issue at elementary, and it's a different issue, and it is less of an issue. I don't think you would want that to be the only topic for the evening. I think you would want more than one. You want more than one topic, but you want the most important one first, and then you see how the time goes and go from there. If you break up into groups, one advantage now, I said I didn't have a preference, but now that there's been more discussion, if you do break into groups, then you can spend some time but less time on cell phones with elementary, and maybe the next topic is something that speaks to them more. So I agree that it's not going to be as important for them, but I think they'll have some things to share. It was interesting, the questions from elementary principals. What about on the bus? What about after school out on the property? Because that's where we have problems where kids are filming each other and taking pictures of each other and teasing with that. And as Bryce mentioned, the watches are a big issue, and parents who are watching the location, and you know how the location isn't always super accurate, so they look up the location and they think that their child is in the ditch behind the school and not at the school, so they're calling the school, and there are some false alarms that happen that way. And there were lots of heads nodding when an elementary principal brought that up. So I would say there will be some issues. They won't say, why are we talking about this? But it won't be nearly as long as the secondary issues. And I think the high school issues, at the high school level, the cell phone restriction is much more complex. That's where, as I've met with groups of students and talked with teachers, we've heard the most concern about how much easier it would be if we could just take a picture of, if a student could just pull out the phone, take a picture of their work, submit it, and then be done, as opposed to trying to do it with a Chromebook. Or so I think high school would have the most to discuss, middle school would have a little bit less, elementary would have still less, but some things to talk about. So if you divided them up you always want to have multiple topics and see how far it takes you.
And I'm curious if it would be, if we met somewhere that had this space available where you could meet as a group and then divide out. I do think where this is a welcome back to LEAC, it would be nice to be all together at some point in the meeting. That's just one perspective.
Remind me, what were the other topics we had discussed? Absenteeism, PBIS, was there one more?
So absenteeism was actually JPAC. That was my
okay.
mistake. I was reading the wrong agenda.
Do you know one thing that I was interested in was successes and challenges with as far as attendance.
Attendance, you're right.
For
it's here too.
Elementary, middle, and high school. I'm really interested in what is working and what the challenges are.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wouldn't mind us addressing bowling at some point or another, whether or not it's here or somewhere else. That's an issue we need to kind of get in front of. It's increased significantly.
It would be really interesting to me to
Bowling. Oh,
like,
yeah.
is that an issue?
About bowling?
Perriman's building bowling alleys everywhere.
It's bowling prevention.
Yeah, it's bowling prevention.
I mean, it's right up Daryl's alley to talk about that.
Oh boy.
It's we're buying up every empty store around and turning it into
I'm curious.
bullying.
Bullying might be an interesting one to have following a JPAC topic. You know, like do a 2-part series, hear from parents, what are their perspectives, and then reflect that in a future LEAC.
I'm not sure any of our meetings are worth one topic, especially a cell phone, because we've gone down this road and we have 7 board members who had 7 different opinions. I don't think any of us agreed at all, and you're going to get that same thing.
But it was interesting to hear today. We had a SBO lunch, and the last SBO lunch of last school year, I think I was sitting next to you when we started talking about cell phones, and it was like, whew, everybody wanted to talk. And then today we mentioned cell phones, and all of them kind of went and moved on. They didn't have a lot to say.
It won't be a mass overhaul of the policy. We have to have a policy. It's going to be a tweak here or there. And so it just depends on how much do we really want to open up the wounds again and dig through, because you're going to have a good number of parents especially that will say we shouldn't have a policy. But we can't do that. We can't do that. So a follow-up, I really like how you have that with the legislative update, because you can bring that in and that can be your transition. Okay, we have to have one. This is what we have. What's been your experience?
So, does anybody have a good kind of agenda item that would maybe address, or a good question about attendance and or behavior that could, I don't know if that would be something. I think teachers like to talk about the challenges they face in both of these and the successes they have in both of these areas. I mean, as a second part, because I feel like, anyway, and then we could have these 2 topics. One could be the cell phone policy, and one could be attendance and or behavior.
Seems a little backwards the way we're approaching LEAC and JPAC. My impression when we were talking about them a few weeks ago was we want to give parents and teachers a voice, the ability to talk to the board. But now we're saying, this is what I want you to talk about. We're giving them the topic. This is what we want you to talk to us about, rather than them telling us what they want to talk to us about. Do we know what the teachers want to talk to us about?
So something I would like to do is have a suggestion box where they could write down what they would like to talk about at future LEAC meetings, and then the board could review those and make future agendas for LEAC meetings from the suggestions from the teacher, from the teachers. What do you think about that?
Yeah. I would,
So
I
I
would
feel
like
like
to
the
know
first
what they
one,
want to talk about.
I would like to have the meetings. I envision something with, I want to get a good understanding of a narrow topic. You know, I want to have I don't, it's easier for me to understand something when I get a lot of points of view on one thing rather than a lot of points of view on a lot of different things in the same meeting. And so my hope is that these meetings will be a lot of points of view on one or two topics. Does that make sense? So I would rather get suggestions for future meetings, but have the first meeting be directed by the board, what the agenda is.
I don't think it's unreasonable to have an agenda, right, with the specific things, especially on our first one, where it is more like a welcome back to LEAC and let's discuss these things, but send out along with, like, we're bringing LEAC back, kind of a survey, say, hey, what are things you guys would like to discuss at LEAC? But yes, I agree that I think you should have structure so that it's not just a free-for-all every single meeting. So
I think it would be wise to start out this meeting with a little bit of a orientation, right? Welcome. Here's why the board wants to meet with you. Here is what we hope will accomplish during these meetings. In teacher speak, lay out your learning objective at the beginning, right? Set those parameters. Here are ways that you can add to our agendas in the future. And then I think it's totally appropriate to say, to get us started, here are a few items that the board would love to hear your perspective on.
And then the time would be around 4:15, 4:30. What was there a consensus about the time, the start time?
I think 4 o'clock is probably, it's probably fine for our teachers at an elementary level to be traveling here during contract time.
I think some
Is that the case?
I think some elementary schools
5
get
is our
out around
latest.
3:50 even. What
About
is
a
the latest
3:50?
that elementary schools get out? Are dismissed?
To look, I think it's 3:30.
Oh, it's 3:35?
We've done them in the past at 4 o'clock. I just looked on my calendar.
Dr. Anderson, did you? Okay.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm just thinking logistically,
Because
it's
of,
hard when you feel like you have to fly.
Yeah.
Like, oh, the last kid's gone, go. So
because I do want to make sure that all teachers have enough time to safely arrive.
You want to keep the high school teachers there too late because they got out an hour and a half ago.
Well, they got out yeah. But then don't most high school teachers need to, like, contract hours is 3 o'clock? Or is that,
I think so.
I don't know. Anyway, so it'd be an hour later than their contract time. Okay,
So 4 o'clock, is that?
4 o'clock sounds great. And then would we want to have a meeting in April or in May? Because I have dates for both. I'd like to narrow it down so I'm not just reading 20 numbers to you guys. Okay. Are there any thoughts on this?
Other
Okay.
than having heard an eagerness among teachers to get this started again,
Okay.
May gets super busy for everything.
Okay.
True, May is chaos. Good point.
Okay. So these are the dates that I can do in April: the 17th, 21st, 23rd, or 24th.
I would suggest not the 17th.
What is the 17th?
It's when we're planning our JPAC meeting.
Oh!
But I guess it is two different
No, but do
groups
you
of
want board
people.
members at yours?
I would like
Yes.
to get at least 2 board members to mine,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, so 21st, 23rd, or 24th.
Is there any preference for having this meeting before our board meeting in April? Is there an urgency to it, or could we wait till after, to the 23rd or 24th?
I don't feel like there's an urgency.
The 21st is Easter Monday, which is a day off of work for some, probably spouses. I don't know if that's an issue for anyone.
So so Wednesday or Thursday, the 23rd or 24th? I would like to have at least 2 or 3 other board members so that we can break out into.
If I attend, the 24th is easiest for me out of those dates.
Reverse. I'll be at a USBA Board of Directors event on the 24th.
I have no life. I can come to everything.
I can come to nothing.
I can also go on the 17th, so I think either one of those.
I work at night.
I work
Not a
every day.
reflection of the quality of your life.
I mean, and I didn't mean to shut down the 21st. I was just throwing out whatever I noticed on that date.
I could come the 23rd. 24th, I could probably make work, but it's not my first option.
So
Ms. Wood,
So
was
flip a
yours a I
coin
can't make
and-
the 23rd, or a it would be sticky?
I could try to make it work.
and
I
you
don't
know what?
my schedule.
We can try
How
to
have you
make it
made it
work
this
with
many years?
however many board members are able to attend.
That's right.
Do you know what I mean? So should we just shoot for the 23rd? Okay. Okay, and location. I had no idea when I was made this committee liaison or chair or whatever it is, the amount of discussion that it would require.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, I think my suggestion would be try to have it centrally located for the first one. That will tell us right away if teachers are stressed getting there at 4.
Okay, and I do not even know what is available or how to schedule a room, or I don't know anything about that.
Leave that to us.
Okay, so can I just say, hey, administration, is there a room that could accommodate this that is available on the 23rd? And if so, could it be reserved for this purpose?
Yes.
Could you choose the central location? Are there 2 or 3 schools that you could look at for availability that are?
Yeah, and I'm fine with a school or a district thing, any.
We'll find a spot that works on that date and time.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Can I just
And I still
ask-
won't ever know how to check availability or
That's how you do it. That's how.
which is fine. I feel okay
Well,
about
we
that.
don't want to teach you to fish because we always want to fish for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Christine, do
Because
you?
fishing isn't all it's cracked up to be when you're looking for a room in which to meet with a large group.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you want to put the kibosh on this building?
The
That's-
kibosh.
that's
I
where
feel
we
fine
have-
about meeting here. I feel fine about meeting here.
Well, I'm just
I'm-
thinking if you're dividing.
any place is fine.
Yeah, if you're dividing by level, you need a building with 2 spaces that could accommodate that, which
Right.
it might be easier
Unless
in
they're
that case
dividing
here.
to tables.
Yeah, you could
It's
divide
after
into
school,
tables.
so won't rooms be available at kind of anywhere?
Because we could possibly have
Probably do
like
it
the
in
secondary
rooms.
out here and elementary in here.
Exactly.
I
I was
mean,
just
so-
thinking if you want a room where,
Or we could have one room.
We will find room for the big group, for the small groups.
Okay.
We will
So
take
you'll
care
let
of
us know
So
later.
thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, location to be determined.
And I would just recommend maybe some guiding questions within your agenda items. I feel like sometimes if you say cell phone go, it's going to go all over town. But
So-
what do you want to know about cell phones?
Yeah.
And maybe have some specific questions in mind.
So if anybody would like to send me an email with questions about cell phone policies, like if you have something specific, and or about behavior or attendance challenges that teachers are facing, because I feel like that question could also determine a future agenda item if we find out about, like, if there is a common theme in behavior and attendance, that might help us have other questions too.
And
So I'm open to whatever questions you want to send, and we can just make a handout for teachers.
then will you guys let us know who from staff wants to be in attendance, is planning to be in attendance? You can talk later and let us know, but
Yeah, we'll
that
do
would be
that.
helpful.
Thank you.
And then maybe just like AV equipment, if we need microphones or whatever,
Yep.
you'll handle all of that. That's great.
Karaoke machine.
Okay. Board members, who is able to attend, wants to attend?
I'm a maybe.
I can probably do it.
I'm a no. Sorry, I work at night.
Yes, for the 23rd.
Would you, where we're dividing out, would it be helpful to have more than 3?
So it looks like there will be at least 4, with possibly Suzanne and Brian as like possibles. And so I think 4 would be,
I am happy to come if you would like me, but
I
I'm
would
also
like-
happy to step back. So whichever you
I
would
would,
prefer.
I feel like the smaller we can make the groups, the more opportunities that people have to share. You know,
Are you planning on dividing out to small groups
as
like
much
we
as
did at that
possible.
one meeting?
Yes, as
So I
much
think
as
that's
possible.
good to prep board members if they're doing this one-on-one.
So, yeah, so that would be the format. We would start out with the questions and then go into as small of groups as possible, depending on how many board members we have. And then the board member just have their group and listen and ask questions.
So then we're going to be going from big group to small group to big group to small group.
No, I was just thinking maybe from, well, I don't know. Could we maybe just go to small groups as far as your, this
I
is something I might need to
I
think about.
recommend coming together in the beginning
And then dividing
with an
people and saying,
opportunity to
go
talk
over
about
here, you go.
some
Okay.
of your intentions for
Okay.
the group as a whole, as well as your intentions for that meeting specifically,
Okay.
and then divide out. But if you're talking, okay, so then once you divide out, you would like the board member who is with a small group to cover both of the topics just
Yes.
in that small group.
Yes.
You never want a large group discussion.
Not to go back into it.
Okay, I did not understand that from our previous discussion, so thank you.
Let me just throw out some ideas that have worked in the past if you want to think about it. Like, it sounds like this meeting is just listen and then come back with a whole lot of notes. And that's great. Other formats have been, what are your top 3? And so what we would do is we would break into groups, and then each group had a responsibility to come up with 10 items. And then we put all those items on a board, and we gave everyone a stick or 2 stickers and said, you go vote for your top 2. And then,
Thing with J-
so each group narrowed it down to 10 or something, and then everyone was given a sticker after they heard the other group, ooh, that's more of a concern than what my group came up with. And then they put their sticker on the board, and then we were very quickly able to see visually, okay, we heard 1,500 items of feedback. We can't, that's too much. We've narrowed it down to 3 main items. And so rather than just a listen session where all we do is take notes and then everyone comes back to the board with 20 pages of notes, and I don't know exactly how to move forward because I don't know how many felt that concern that was brought up. And so what we've done in the past is after we've identified a handful of concerns, which one do you want the board to focus most on? And then they voted for that. and then we came back and said, all right, here's the result from LEAC. They would like the board to focus most on these 3 things relative to the cell phone policy. So that may be more
working with attendance.
That may be beneficial rather than every board member is going to come back with 5 pages of notes. And I don't, as a board member who wasn't there, I don't know how to deal with that because I don't know how many people feel that way about that item. So just a thought about format.
That sounds like an excellent idea, and I would love to employ that at a future meeting, starting, like next year in the 25-26 school year. I think that sounds like a really helpful way to concentrate on, what is really important.
So where we're not looking to write a whole new policy on cell phones, I hope. We're not starting from scratch after this. I'm not sure how you could do that with cell phones, but attendance, maybe you could say, anyway, think about it. You can come back and let us know what you would like our roles as attendees to be.
So if we're not willing to adjust the policy, then why even ask them?
Well, I didn't mean to say we wouldn't be willing to make adjustments. I'm just
I think
saying
we're not making wholesale.
don't want to start over.
It's going to be maybe a modification, or should we not modify it? I think that's what it comes down to. But that's why I don't know that it really. If you were to ask LEAC, like, what's their top 10, phones might not even be in there.
I think if we're committing to this topic or any topic as a board, we're also committing ourselves to have a conversation about it at some point afterwards. Yeah, we can't solicit input and then not talk about it as a board afterwards. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. All right. Great.
Unless they come back and say, everything's fine, we have other concerns.
Yeah, that was interesting, the direction that went. Okay, anything else on LEAC? Thank you. Looking forward to that. All right, Miss Barrow.
Okay, I had attached to board docs the JPAC agenda. I got with Mike and we decided on a date and a time and a location. I feel good about our topics. We're going to have our legislative review because the last 3 school community council meetings I've gone to, lots of parents have had questions about what happened in the legislature and how is it going to affect us. So I think this will be timely. And then just getting feedback on our cell phone policy, just 3 specifics, the schools and or those parents specifically, any positive, negative, or neutral observations or experiences that they've been having with it, just so we kind of know how it's going. And that we can, see how it's going. Do you guys have any questions on the agenda? And I would like at least 2 other board members who would like to attend that evening.
I'm pretty sure I can attend also.
Okay.
So I will commit to that.
All right, I've got Daryl and Lisa. Did anybody else feel strongly about coming?
I am
I feel
also.
very strongly about coming, I just can't.
Okay.
I'll be Bryce that night.
I'm also available that night, but again, if you're trying to keep it at 3, I'm happy.
I am okay with more. Maybe just keep your distance. So I do want us to break off into elementary and secondary. We could do middle school or just secondary. I was kind of envisioning, since we're going to do it here at the South Campus, that we'd have chairs set up so that we can see the projector for the legislative review, and then set up in such a way that we can easily, like, people could pull their chairs and just make a quick little circle, through 2 or 3 circles, so then we can all talk about the elementary and secondary experiences. Does that seem reasonable? Okay.
I think if we're going to make cell phone policy such a big issue in both these groups, I would also like to have administration report back of what they're seeing and how they're feeling about it, because they are also a pretty big constituent. So I don't know if that comes before or comes after. I don't know when the best time, but I would love to have their perspective also of how it's been to administer this policy.
And we have access to them during the summer when we don't have access to teachers, and I would
For
believe
sure.
our June meeting is a lot of that.
And I'm okay with that. I just believe that they're also a constituent with that.
Is that a topic that's coming up or come up already at principals meetings?
Which topic in particular?
Cell phones.
Oh, yeah, we've talked about cell phones.
You could probably give us a rough sketch whenever.
Yeah.
Would you like that before or after?
I don't care. I don't want the comments to predestine the other feedback too. So maybe after, but
Okay.
I also don't want their feedback to skew their opinion too. We just need a balanced approach between all of them.
And then
Well,
I
maybe
think
Bryce is exactly right. Like it comes in the summer.
Can I say something? I just barely looked at my phone and I got a text from a teacher that says teachers have a hard time getting to our meetings before 4:30. So, and it's from a high school teacher who would, get out at 2:30 and contract time ends at 3. So,
want to change it to 4:30.
could we change it to 4:30?
Problems with that?
Yeah, I was just thinking, if it is at 4, I would be late. So
I think you'll get a variety of reactions to that.
Could we
Because
change
they
it to
don't-
4:15?
Because you can change it to 7 p.m. if you'd like.
Should we try for 4
I'm
o'clock?
not taking away from what that teacher said. I'm sure that's entirely accurate for their situation. They don't have to wait for the end of contract time to travel,
Okay.
but they do have to sometimes meet with students after school. But others might say, if I have to wait to go home until after a meeting that doesn't start until 4:30 and my contract time ends at 3, then I'm no longer interested in attending the meeting.
Okay.
So you just have to decide how to balance that out. Is it better to err on the side of having it later because 4:30 is what you've heard from this teacher and it's better maybe for elementary? I think it's really...
I'm okay if people show up late.
It was
so I
4
feel
o'clock
like
in the
4.
past.
I feel like 4 will, let's,
4:30
yeah.
is the request. You can do it at 4:30. I'm not
I'd
objecting
rather
to
do
that.
it at 4 personally.
You can say 4, you can say 4:15. We'll clarify that people can leave at the end of contract time. Like I said, that or at the end of class time. I know that's complex. There are kids who need to see you.
Yeah.
Every minute of a teacher's life is busy. So
Okay.
I guess
thank
what I'm
you.
saying is if you do it too early, there will be those who say, I can't get there yet. If you do it too late, folks will say, I can't wait that long
Okay.
in between.
So I think we can just keep it at 4.
Maybe that's something you bring up in your introduction at the beginning. Does 4 o'clock work for everybody?
And I like
Obviously, the
Superintendent
people
said,
there.
nothing's going to work for everybody.
We could, in our initial email, we could ask what time works best and give people the choice.
So I feel
If you're
like
gonna
this first one, we can just set the agenda, we can just set the time and the location, and then we can seek feedback from
Okay.
there on out for how we will proceed for the 25-26 school
Perfect.
year.
And we can let people know if you need to come later,
That's
please
fine.
still come.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Any other questions on this agenda item for anyone? Fantastic. Let's move on to agenda item C, a discussion on board policy GP 104 board officers and appendix procedures for the election of board officers. Mr. Larson.
So I made a very extensive PowerPoint for this topic that's 3 sides long. What happens when we're electing board leadership if the vote goes 3-3-1 or any of these scenarios on the screen. The policy indicates one thing. The appendix to the policy says something else. So this agenda item was meant to try to address this when we're not voting on it so that it's done well in advance so it's not an issue later. But in any of these circumstances, there's not really a bottom group to deal with. So the question I have is, should a second round of voting take place when there is not a clear winner on the vote? We have to have a majority to vote for somebody to be in leadership. But if there is no majority in these situations, what do you want to take place afterwards? So the appendix indicates that there would be a second round of voting take place. And I think I think the intent there was, well, someone may withdraw, because both the policy and the appendix indicate that the person receiving the fewest votes would be asked if they just voluntarily withdraw. But both indicate, regardless of whether they voluntarily withdraw, there's a next step that will take place. The appendix indicates that there'll be a second round of voting. The policy says we just go straight to a runoff vote. So the appendix has first a second round of voting, then a runoff vote if needed. The policy says no, just go straight to a runoff vote. Someone could withdraw, someone could change their vote in a second round. Or if you move immediately to a runoff vote, that means the people that receive the fewest number of votes end up going to their own mini election of, well, who's even going to be considered in the final. But if that's the case, what happens if the vote count that didn't yield a majority is 3-3-1? Well, who's the runoff between? Or what happens if it's, now I realize these scenarios are pretty out there. This has never occurred. But I just want to clean up the policy with the appendix and get your thoughts about which direction to take on these. But if the vote count was 2-2-2-1, I don't know who the runoff is against. So even though these are extreme cases, they're plausible. So policy doesn't have a second round of voting. Appendix does. Both have a runoff. Do you want to insert the second round of voting, or just fix the appendix to say, no, we're just going to go to a runoff election? If we do, I'd like some clarification on how you would like that treated in these unique circumstances. Because when this when this time comes up every 2 years, I make myself notes of what to do if, and I like to be prepared. So any direction you might be able to give me on what you would like, and I can try to then fix it and bring it back to another board meeting. Or if you want to just think about this for a while, there's not a rush on this agenda item at all.
My recommendation is the appendix is secondary to the policy, that the policy is superior. So I would recommend that the appendix match the policy. And if there's any suggestions that would improve the policy, I'd recommend you bring back a proposal, and I'd love to hear it. That would be my suggestion.
So right now, the only place where it's addressed that there would be a runoff is in the appendix, right? You need that added to policy?
Both discuss a runoff. The appendix discusses a second round of voting before the runoff. But neither address the issue of a runoff in the case where there is no bottom two candidates.
Do you have a recommendation?
It does seem, I tried to figure out, well, why would this occur? I think it might be wise to have the second round of voting in case someone does withdraw, because that just solves your problem. Then neither of them have to have a runoff or deal with that. or someone could change their vote. In the case of a 3-3-1 situation, I could see somebody among the board saying, well, I think I might change my vote. Or I could see the person getting the one vote saying, I'll just withdraw. So it seems like the second round of voting is wise. What I don't know is what I don't have a suggestion on is what should happen if this very rare, unique, extreme circumstance happens where the numbers don't come out to a bottom two.
Meaning one person gets 3 and then there's single votes for other candidates. So a runoff technically then would say the person with 3 votes would therefore win. Is that what your concern is?
Well, if the vote is 3 for one board member, 3 for another board member, and 1 vote for another board member, who do I have the runoff between on the because both of them indicate the bottom 2. So there's one that has 1 vote. But who's the second one that goes to the runoff to see who is included in the final?
So I misunderstood runoff. I thought runoff would eliminate the individual or individuals with the least amount of votes, and then the most votes would have a runoff between them. Is that a misunderstanding?
That would be clearer if that was in the policy. So in other words, if the policy were changed to indicate in these circumstances, the person receiving 1 vote is just excluded. I'm just giving you an example. There could also be a second nomination process where you say, okay, well, now we're going to pause this one and we're going to go eliminate a person and then have a nomination process of who the second nominee is even going to be to run against the other nominee. And again, not critical. We have 1.5 years to think about it. And it's never come up before, but I've noticed that the policy and the appendix don't agree. So I'd like to fix that. And then I've wondered about the situation where a runoff as indicated would not work. So we would have to redefine the runoff. And I hope this isn't too bold. If you want to just give me the assignment, go figure it out and bring back a proposal, I'm okay with that.
I would love that. I would love for you to make a recommendation.
Okay.
And even unifying the two, if you think one is superior to the other, I just want them both to match. So unify, make a proposal, and then they'll end up both being the same.
I will say I do like the idea of a second vote.
Yeah, I think there's some wisdom in that.
If that's helpful to you when you
Yeah.
provide a new.
Okay, I will. Yes?
Yeah,
No?
I think I agree. I think it would be helpful if we kind of hand it over to you and you can kind of combine the two. I think they definitely both should match, and I do like the idea of a second vote. And I feel like there is a way we could word it so that we could give leeway. Like, if the occasion occurs, we could either do a second vote or a runoff. Like, does that make sense? And so I have faith in you, John.
Okay. I just didn't know if that would be too. This is very kind of a personal area. I didn't want any of the board feeling like I was jumping the gun on that. But if that's okay, I will do that and come back with a revised version.
Quick question on
Yeah.
that first bullet point. Someone withdraws or someone changes their vote. So let's say we go through the voting and someone says, I'll just drop out. Or someone says, well, maybe I'll change my vote. Does that mean we're having a second round of voting at that point?
Yeah, because whoever is changing their vote will have to declare it.
It doesn't mean that we're erasing the vote that just took place.
Nope.
We are having a second vote. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. It's I think it just gives the board an opportunity. For example, if someone voted for somebody, but they didn't even vote for themselves. It gives the person who voted for that person to say, okay, I can change that. I can work with that. And you guys can read the room and kind of see, well, this is who I would prefer in that position, or this is how I'm feeling and how others are feeling. I'm guessing the board and you all have for years now come to a consensus on these things. I think it's fine. I'm just worried about these weird situations where I didn't want a board member to say, well, wait a minute, policy says this, and John, you just did that. Or then these weird vote situations where even what policy says, I don't know how to implement it.
My thought too is, and take it for what it's worth, is if we have a policy that states after the second vote, if it's not determined, the two individuals with the most votes will have a runoff. That may help people decide on who am I going to vote for a runoff versus, yeah.
Where I'm leaning now is that the runoff is not defined as the two lowest, but whatever has the similarities. If it's the two most or the two lowest,
I see.
Then that becomes the runoff. Then we vote between those folks. That's where I'm leaning right now.
Okay.
And there may be a situation where everybody votes for themselves. You may need to address, well, what happens if nobody's willing to budge because you need to have these positions filled. What may be going to a casting of lots or drawing straws.
Yeah, there is a flip of the coin
Yeah,
in
there's
there.
a flip of the coin.
To indicate it in there, but it's under a very specific circumstances, not the circumstance you've indicated. So I could maybe add that in there as in this rare circumstance.
If we're revisiting it.
Yeah.
You might want
Why
to,
not?
because what if everyone votes for themselves and it's a 7-way tie, and nobody will
And you
back
draw
out?
rocks.
I don't want to serve
Or
on
you
that
build
board.
fire.
Rock.
I wouldn't want to serve on that board either, but
Arm
Hey,
wrestle.
I think it would be wise to put something in there.
The battle royale.
Okay.
I hope we never have that problem.
Oh yeah, I agree.
I am
Thank you.
curious, is there anything in it already about like someone changing their vote? Because when we did it, I felt like it was very official, right? We voted, that was your vote, it's locked in, right? So I didn't know like, oh, we could change our vote if we wanted to? Like, do we
Well,
need to list that in the policy?
I think that was Mr. Barnett's point, is that vote is locked in, but there was not a declared winner. So now, because no one received the majority, therefore we have to do something to proceed further beyond that and take a second round of voting or something else to give opportunities for people to
Change a vote. if they wanted.
withdraw or change or have a different process in place. But yeah, that vote is still there. That happened. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. We have a few minutes. We could go into a closed session or have a longer break. What is the appetite of the board? I'll
I say
take a
close.
motion to that effect.
I move that we go into closed session
I
for
second.
character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
A second.
All right. We have a motion by Ms. Barrow, a second by Mr. Dunford that we go into closed session. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. All right, we're in close. Welcome. 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 How's yours?
Testing, testing, testing. Mr. John Larson. Okay, now it's working. Our mics weren't working.
Welcome to the Jordan Board of Education meeting. Tonight is Tuesday, March 25th, and we're excited to have a full room tonight. Thank you for joining us, and a welcome to those of you who are joining on YouTube. Present with us this evening, we have our board attorney, Mr. Paul Van Komen, Ms. Dean, Ms. Wood, Ms. Barrow, Mr. Barnett, Mr. Dunford, and Dr. Robinson on the school board, and I am Nikki George, the board president. I'll be conducting tonight. We also have Dr. Godfrey, our superintendent, our associate superintendent, Mike Anderson, and our business administrator, John Larson. We are excited to welcome the students of Ochre Hills Middle School this evening, and we'll turn the time for the Pledge of Allegiance over to Maxton Perry, Tucker Cook, and Max Watson, who are all PTSA students at Ochre Hills Middle. Will you just push the button on your mic?
We are about to present the colors of our country. May the audience please rise and salute the flag in proper manner. Color guard, attention. Forward march. Face. Please recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Post colors. The audience may be seated. Color guard dismissed.
Thank you. Nicely done. All right, we'll now have our reverence offered by Harvey Moody, the 8th grade student body president at Ochre Hills.
If you think you are beaten, you are. If you think you dare not, you don't. If you like to win but you think you can't, it is almost certain you won't. If you think you will lose, you're lost. For out of this world we find success begins with fellow's will. It's all in the state of mind. If you think you're outclassed, you are. You've got to think high to rise. You've got to be sure of yourself before you can ever win a prize. Life's battles don't always go to the stronger or faster man. But sooner or later, the man who wins is the man who thinks he can. By Walter D. Wintle.
Thank you, School Board President George, esteemed members of Jordan School District Board, Superintendent Godfrey, and other district leaders. My name is Elise Moline. I am the 9th grade student body president at Ochre Hills Middle School, and I am very excited to be here to talk about our school. Every December, our school does a yearly charity fundraiser called Ochre Fest. This year, we have chosen the Christmas Box House, a short-term emergency shelter for children and teens removed from their homes due to abuse, neglect, trafficking, or homelessness. Our 3-week-long fundraiser included many fun activities such as food trucks at lunch, family fun night, numerous dinner nights, and even a highlight on Fox 13 News. We raised over $17,000, which is ambitious for a middle school. And with the money we raised, the Christmas Box House was able to buy clothes and supplies for the kids staying there. As an extension to Ochre Fest, the Christmas Box House was so grateful for our donations that they invited the SBOs on a field trip to the Christmas Box House. On this field trip, we really got to see what we raise money for. We were able to see what happens when the kids get there and the activities the Christmas Box office offers. Our school has many different fun clubs and groups that students can be a part of, one being Chamber Strings. They've made state and got to perform at the Capitol building. They've earned superior ratings at an orchestra festival they attended, and Chamber Strings went on an elementary school tour and recruited many students to join them next year. Ochre Hills also has a robotics group that can go and compete. Our robotics team was one out of only a few middle schools that qualified for state. At the state competition, they placed 8th out of the whole state and even won a Judge's Choice Award. We also have a Science Olympiad group. They go to 2 competitions every year, one at Snow College and the other at Southern Utah University. They have taken home several medals and took 3rd place overall. Science Olympiad will be attending state at the end of the month. Ochre Hills also has Unified Sports. Unified Sports is a program through Special Olympics where students with disabilities get to play on a team with students without disabilities. Ochre Hills is one out of 2 schools that have received recognition of being a Unified Champion School. We've won the Unified Champion School because of 3 components: whole school engagement, inclusive leadership, and unified sports. Ochre attends many tournaments and competes in different sports. Every semester, we have town hall meetings. At lunch, students can go to the boardroom to have town hall. At these town hall meetings, we talk with our principal, Ms. Jackson, and our assistant principals about what is going well and what we can fix and improve. Overall, Ochre has seen huge success in school spirit and involvement in the community. We are grateful for the staff and students who are making this year one to remember. And we are excited to see what the rest of the school year brings us. Ochre Hills is a great place to be. Thank you for this opportunity to share this information with you.
Wow, it sounds like an amazing school. Thank you so much for being here and representing. I'd like to take just a minute to recognize those of you who are here supporting a student from Ochre. If you're a parent, will you please stand? If you're an employee or an administrator, will you also stand? I'd love to give you a round of applause. Thanks for your support. And any students that are here from Ochre Hills, will you, I know some of you are still standing. I'm sorry to tell you I'm about to invite you back up, but will you stand up and let us give you a round of applause, students? Sounds like some awesome things are happening. If students, if you would please come over, start at Mr. Van Komen at this end, and make your way across. We would love to shake your hand, and we also have a little pin to give you to remember tonight.
Grab a pin. Take a pin, guys.
Got options.
Good job.
Thanks for coming
Nice to meet
tonight.
you.
Great job. Thanks for all you do at your school. Thanks for coming. Thank you for being here tonight. Great job. I want to come to a town council. I mean, what did you call it? School council? Thanks for coming tonight.
Take a pin,
Thanks for
guys.
all you do at your
Grab one of
school.
these.
Great job. Thanks for being a leader. All right, we always love having people in attendance at our meetings, but we will not be offended if you need to step out when your part is finished. So feel free to do what's right for you and your family. Great. Let's go ahead and move into resolutions of appreciation. Ms. Dean.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed, whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty. Be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of these valued friends. Rusty Martineau Reeve, electrician. Carol Cheminant Sawoya, teacher. Kelly Tobin Nichols, teacher and substitute teacher.
Thank you. Let's now move into board member recognitions.
Can I go first? Okay. I have invited Miss Rachel Henderson tonight, if she would like to come up to the podium so we can all see her beautiful face. I am very pleased to have her here tonight to tell you all that Rachel Henderson is the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Visual Arts Educator at Westvale Elementary, and she is being recognized by the Utah State Board of Education to receive the 2025 Sorensen Legacy Awards for Excellence in Arts Education. So. Ms. Henderson is one of 9 Utah educators receiving this prestigious award that recognizes outstanding educators and administrators who promote the arts and student development. This award underscores the critical role of arts education in Utah schools and honors educators who excel in integrating the arts into their teaching. Ms. Henderson has been at Westvale since 2014 in multiple roles before becoming the visual arts teacher. She builds strong relationships with students and collaborates with teachers to ensure the core curriculum is integrated into the arts in intentional ways. She also organizes a large community art event every spring where students, teachers, and families come together at Westvale to celebrate the accomplishments of all students. The work she does with her students is inspiring as she builds students' curiosity and love for the arts. We are so grateful to have Ms. Henderson in Jordan School District and thank her for her hard work and congratulate her in this award.
Thank you.
Can we shake her hand? Will you come up so we can shake your hand? Yes. Oh yeah, do you want to say anything? Are you?
The award is a huge honor, and I am so very honored to be here as well. And while I'm here, I just need to put in a plug for my wonderful school, Westvale. We are such a great family, and we are such a good, tight-knit group of teachers and students, and it is just the best place to work, and we love it. So don't close it down.
Other board members with recognitions?
I do, and I want to say I've been to Westvale's art show, and it is amazing how it's all integrated with the curriculum. Anyway, so, and I also want to mention that Majestic Elementary Arts Academy had their art show on Thursday, and Suzanne and I both went, and it is so fun to see what students do that is with art and the curriculum together. Anyway, so I really appreciate the art teachers in our school district. And I have a couple more. So as a part of 8th grade at West Jordan Middle School, each student has the amazing opportunity to participate in the We the People project. This is part of a nationwide project that encourages students to conduct research and construct responses to topics related to the United States Constitution, the founding period of the United States of America, and responsibilities of citizens. And I was honored to be a judge at West Jordan Middle School, and I realized that a lot of students participate in We the People in our district at other middle schools, and I am so proud of them. And one thing that is unique about West Jordan Middle School is the Alexia May and William Shields. They are the 8th grade social studies teachers. Every single 8th grader participates, and I feel like that is a huge endeavor, and it gives all the students the opportunity to learn more about the Constitution and how to make a speech and give an argument and work as a group and learn more about just the start of our country. And then I have another thing that I was invited to a musical at Midas Creek Elementary School called Don't Say No to the USO. And I was absolutely blown away, and I asked the principal, Megan Cox, for a little bit more information about this whole production, and I'm just going to read the email that she sent me. The 6th grade musical is a rite of passage at Midas Creek. However, the past few years, we haven't had a director to help organize and put it together. Robin Michelson has always done the costuming for the musical, and it held a special place in her heart. Before the beginning of this year, she knew that she was going to take on the role of director to bring the musical back for our students. In addition to planning, preparing, and teaching 6th grade, she began to plan and prepare for putting on our musical. She has easily spent thousands of hours discussing details, getting teacher and parent volunteers, helping to oversee the schedule, get props, rent sound equipment from the city, and purchase spotlights. She also hand sewed the student costumes. The costumes were amazing. I thought that I had walked into the 40s. It was, anyway, okay. I mean, talk about sharing your talent for our kids. Our musical is a full student production. With the guidance of adult volunteers, they create the sets, run the sound and music, run stage crew, and of course, perform. Because of the musical, I get to see shy students shine. Students who might not have been close friends prior to practice become each other's champions. In addition to Robin, we have Chris Goodman, who is a retired Midas Creek teacher, come back to help direct as well. She spends her early mornings helping make the musical a reality. Our Beverly Taylor Sorensen music teacher, Ariadne Watson, and 3rd grade teacher Kathleen LeBeau also put in hours outside of contract time, helping teach the students the songs. They both have even taken annual days so they can help with the musical. We have parents who have spent so much time supporting the musical. The main being Marilee Pack. She's not an employee at Midas, but with as much time as she puts in, she should be. And I just want to say how much I appreciate the efforts of our teachers and our parents to make sure that our students are able to engage with the arts, and it makes their public education so much more fulfilling. And I just love this whole email about, anyway, I just wanted to give a shout out to Robin Michelson and all the other people who helped put on this production of Don't Say No to the USO.
I have a couple. Can my foreign exchange students come up? As you know, last year, my family I always cry on these things, the opportunity to host an international student from Argentina. And what a wonderful experience to have them not only in our homes, but also in our schools. Come to the microphone. So last year we kind of invited everyone in our district, but today I wanted to highlight a couple individuals. We had a couple more that were supposed to come, but they didn't. These are students from the Aspect Foundation's International Scholarship Award. So this is a U.S. State Department funded scholarship that's kind of based the Kennedy Lunger Youth Exchange and the Future Leaders Exchange. And so they searched the world to try to find the best students. And I think, if I remember right, 50,000 students applied for this scholarship, and 2% were awarded it. And several of these students are in our district. It's kind of like winning the Sterling Scholar at a state level and going on and winning it on a national level. That's how amazing these students are. So I wanted to invite them and thank them for, first of all, coming to our nation and, more importantly, coming to our schools. And I'm phonically challenged, and I acknowledge that, and there's no way I'll get your names right, so I wanted them to introduce themselves and tell us something you like about America and something you like about our schools. So, and tell us what school you're attending. I know that one of you attends Murray and the other is Mountain Ridge, so go ahead.
Hi, I'm Barry. I'm from Egypt, and I go to Murray High School here in Utah. And the best thing I think about Utah here I've been doing is cheer at the school. I really like American high schools. They're so good. And what I also really like are the mountains. Just mountains everywhere are so pretty. And one thing I miss about home is probably the food. It's like, yeah. But that's it. Thank you.
So in Egypt, you have better food than we do in America.
Not necessarily better. It's just
different.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Ikratik, and I'm from Pakistan, and I'm currently in Mountain Ridge High School. So I have been here like for 7 months, and I think both my host family and school, they have been like really supportive. So I'm like placed in a family, like they're like really kind, and from the very first day, they like accepted me like I'm their own like daughter, and I have like never feel any challenges. And in my school, I have like made a lot of friends. Inside, I was like kind of scared because you're in a new school and you went out of your country for the first time. But then suddenly I realized like the people here are like really like helpful and friendly. So like I find really good friends. And then the one thing interesting, we don't have like clubs back in Pakistan. So that was the first thing that I tried here. And I'm like in 5 clubs. So that was kind of amazing experience. And then I think the education system here is also really good. Like I came to like learn, I'm like interested in computer science. So I have like a lot of subjects related to computer science. And like I have like got a lot of amazing opportunities here. So I'm like really thankful to the Aspect Foundation like for giving us such an amazing opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. You've blessed our lives. Thanks for coming. Stay here. Can we have their host families stand up if are they any host families here? Thank you so much. And before you leave, can you come and meet the board, and we'll send you off with a pen. Thank you. And there was a couple others that attend our schools that couldn't be here tonight. Thank you for coming. I have one more group. The students from Foothills Elementary, are you here? There you are. Come on up. Come on up. So we lots of times get in the pattern of recognizing high school students, I've noticed, and I just found out these amazing you can come to the microphone, both of you. These amazing students and what they did at Foothills Elementary. So Avery Clegg, and this will show you how phonically challenged. Let me see if I get your name right. Istipa Oipi? Oh, see, I told you. Go ahead, tell us your name.
Asita Whippy.
Whippy, okay. It was fun to have my exchange student last year teach me. So thank you so much for coming tonight. First of all, these students have been part of the Battle of the Books. And as far as we could tell, no student ever at Foothills Elementary has ever read all 40 books. And we sent a message out to other schools, and nobody responded. So as far as I know, you're the only 2 students that read all 40 books in Battle of the Books. By the way, I had that as a goal, and I haven't come close to accomplishing it. But one day, I want to be like you. And so I just wanted to recognize these amazing students and their success in reading all 40 Battle of the books. So. And can we have their parents stand up if they're with us, or friends, if you have? Mom's video. And we'd like to meet you. Can you come up to the board and we'll give you a pin. So thanks for coming tonight. I think they're scared of Paul. Gets better the more you come down. Fourth grade, what grade? Good job. And so the Battle of the Books is over already? Did your group do good? Third place. Thanks for coming tonight, and congratulations on reading all those books. So, thank you.
So fun. Thank you. And for those who are done and want to leave, again, we will not be offended. Okay, other board members? I have just a quick shout out. I also attended Midas Creek, and I will just echo the praise. It was amazing. But also West Hills Middle School put on The Little Mermaid. It was incredible. Like, just every detail down to the dime. It was such a great show. So I would be remiss if I didn't mention. Okay, let's go ahead and move into our next agenda item, the superintendent's recognition.
Thank you very much. I will say I went to Mrs. Henderson's classroom just by chance as I was walking through the school and ended up doing a podcast because the classroom was so inviting. So no surprise that she won that award. And I did the same thing with Don't Say No to the USO. I saw it on Thursday or on Wednesday and recorded a podcast on Friday with them because it was so compelling. So many great things happening out there. I also wanted to thank the foundation for creating that opportunity for us to honor outstanding educators in every building. We have a few reschedules remaining, but they arrange for family to show up. They arrange for cash and other prizes for those teachers. They collect nomination forms that help teachers feel appreciated, and I love getting the chance to visit. It's great to be able to visit classrooms in every one of our schools, and it's really exciting to see the teachers be surprised and to say a few words about them, but it's especially fun to see the students very excited to see their teacher win an award and to see their enthusiastic support for their teacher. So that's been a blast, and thank you to the foundation to making it possible, and thanks to all the incredible teachers who are working so hard and making incredible things happen. So thank you.
And can I just add, I don't know how many superintendents visit every school in their district in a year, and Dr. Godfrey has done it in 2 weeks. That's pretty impressive. An impressive amount of time, and as I had an opportunity to go to just a few of those, he has something personal to say to every person, so thank you for that. Okay, let's go ahead and move into the public comment section of our agenda tonight. Now, tonight is a little different. We have an agenda-specific topic. We're going to hear public comment on fees, and then we'll move into our general public comment. So just in case that's a little confusing, first of all, we'll give an opportunity for the public comment on fees. And then I'll start calling the names that were on the list. And as we get started, I'd just love to remind you that the Board of Education encourages public engagement. We value the input from our residents, students, and employees. Just remember, the board will not take public comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual during our board meetings. If you have concerns to that end, please feel free to email board members. Comments need to stay age appropriate. The board does not discuss issues that are not on the meeting's agenda. The board may ask staff to follow up on issues raised or may address them at a future meeting. So silence by the board on an issue does not suggest support or opposition to the message that was given. The board will take public comment on, let's see, we'll listen to in-person comments first, and then we'll follow that by comments received electronically. And both in-person and emailed comments can last a maximum of 3 minutes. So please try to be respectful of that time. When you're called to the podium, please state your name. So we'll now open up public comment on our proposed fee schedule for next school year. I don't see anyone who signed up to speak to this topic, but I just want to give an opportunity in case there's anyone here. Okay, well, that was practically painless. All right, we'll go ahead then and move into our broader public comment. And we'll start out with Joe Gorman, and then he will be followed by Colton Pichelle. So, Joe, go ahead and come on up.
Well, thank you so much for listening to me speak. My name's Joe Gorman. I've been teaching at Riverton High School for 6 years, and I'm also the wrestling coach. And I absolutely love all the opportunities that this district has given me and the support of my principal, athletic director, administrative team, and of course the kids. We have a really awesome community. I think you guys would be proud of the culture we've built within our wrestling team. Athletics are the reason why some kids get up in the morning. Athletics are where kids learn critical life lessons like teamwork and overcoming adversity. For some kids, it is the best thing for their mental health and what keeps them going. When I took over this team in 2019, there were only 25 kids, and we were one of the lowest in the state. We now have the best team in the district for 3 years in a row with 60 kids on our roster. This year, we're the only district school who had a state champion in boys wrestling. This is because of our culture, our work ethic, and the kids' dedication to the sport and each other. Today, you will be hearing from myself and a few other members of our wrestling community with concerns we have regarding athletic facilities at Riverton High School and in the district. I had a really good meeting with Brian in January to make him aware of some of the problems we encounter, and he was totally unaware of some of the problems we encounter, as I'm sure many of you are. So that's why we're here to try to present, the problems and hopefully work together to find some solutions. In 6A, we are falling way behind in terms of facilities when it comes to athletics. If you look at Canyons, Alpine, Davis, etc., they're all building up facilities with things like field houses that often house large wrestling rooms. Wrestling rooms come in all different shapes and sizes, and while this is niche, I can tell you that our wrestling room can only fit 30 athletes safely, which is one of the smallest in the state. Having a team of 60 is a problem. We have had concussions and broken bones due to kids falling on top of each other. We have had to battle skin infections because of the cramped space. I may be one of the only coaches in the state who runs 2 practices a day so that every kid can have a practice. Other rooms can fit up to 80 kids. I printed off a few examples of other rooms in the state and shared these with Brian when we met. Where it gets really frustrating is local families and athletes see the discrepancies in athletics and facilities when comparing our district to others. So much so that top athletes from Harriman, South Jordan, and Riverton are choosing to leave their boundaries and enroll in other school districts' high schools because they believe it gives them an athletic advantage. This has gotten really bad for wrestling, but maybe even worse for sports like football. If any of you have Instagram or TikTok, you might have seen our team go viral in January for wearing these shirts in solidarity with each other to support one another in being homegrown. We went up against a team not within our district, but who had half of their lineup of kids who live in our district. And I think we can all agree that we want Jordan District kids to go to high school in Jordan District boundaries. I can only speak to the sport that I coach, but I've talked to many other coaches in our district, and they feel the same way about the lack of facilities and how it hurts our district and our kids. I'm hoping that what you hear today can get the ball rolling on possible solutions and building something wonderful for these kids because they work so hard and deserve it. Again, I'm so grateful for everything this district has done for myself and my team. If I wasn't comfortable with my community and everybody up here and everyone at Riverton High School, there's no way I would be speaking to you guys right now. So I'm hoping more can be done in the future and give the kids the best possible student-athlete experience in the state. Thank you so much for your time and for listening.
Thank you. All right, we'll now hear from Colton Pichelle, followed by Michael Moody.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Colton Michelle. I am one of the state placers at Riverton, and I have been wrestling for this program since the first grade. I would like to address some of the problems with our athletic facilities, especially the wrestling room. So for safety, while wrestling, like Coach Gorman said, we only have, we can safely fit 30 kids in the wrestling room, and even with that, we are still falling on top of each other and being hurt. I've been kicked in the face in other places many times, and it's not the best. I've also talked to other wrestlers from other schools, and they think it's crazy that we have to split our practices just so we can all wrestle without not falling on top of each other all the time. Since I've been in this program since first grade, I've seen how the room has changed, and the only thing we've recently gotten are new mats that we had to help pay for. Besides that, I haven't really seen any other changes with the wrestling room in our facilities. Thank you for your time.
All right, Michael Moody, followed by Garrett Bracken.
Hello, my name is Michael Moody. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I love wrestling. I'm biased, but it's the toughest sport out there. I started wrestling in high school, wrestled year-round following that time. I wrestled in a high school that had a program that had 144 wrestlers on the wrestling team. We had a huge wrestling room, and I had the chance to wrestle with the best kids safely. I was able to go on and wrestle at BYU. I have two sons that wrestle at Riverton. My sons have wrestled since they were 3 or 4. I've seen most wrestling rooms in the state. We are clearly amongst the smallest. That may have been sufficient in the past, but our team has grown. My sons were asked by other high school coaches to go to other programs, inside and outside of the district. As mentioned by some others, we are homegrown. We want to stay here. I do have a couple of concerns. My first concern is safety. I'm an assistant coach. I see firsthand the injuries and very close scares that arise from limited space. My second concern is that of equal access. My daughter began wrestling last year and will wrestle at Riverton High School in the future. The girls can't even wrestle in the wrestling room right now as there is no time or mat availability. So they're wrestling in the tech atrium. That's a problem. The interest has grown. I want young men and women to have the opportunity I had to compete in college or apply the skills that they learn in the wrestling room throughout their lives. So what I would ask is we would love to go ahead and see this discussed to look for possible solutions. Obviously not this summer. I know those things are set up well in advance, but we'd love to have this discussed as those meetings take place in the summer of 2026 to look for possible solutions so that number one, that we're addressing those safety concerns, and number two, that we're making sure that we have equal access, which I think is important as well. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from Garrett Bracken, followed by David Bracken.
My name is Garrett Bracken, and I want to first thank you for listening to me. I'm extremely grateful to the Jordan School District and the entire board for the opportunity to get an education and to compete in sports. I'm a sophomore at Riverton High with straight A's and placed 5th at state this year at this year's wrestling tournament. Many people don't understand the sport of wrestling. Wrestling is a very difficult sport that takes a lot of hard work, grit, sacrifice, and dedication. Wrestling simulates difficulty in an otherwise easy life. This adversity is necessary to build emotional resiliency and mental toughness. Halfway through this season, I suffered an injury where someone stepped on my hand during a practice because our small wrestling room was overcrowded. I ended up breaking my finger, which required surgery. This could have been the end of my season. While this surgery could have been avoided with extra space in our wrestling room, I had to rely on emotional toughness and dedication. Wrestling has instilled in me to come back from the injury. I did overcome this challenge and was able to return to competition. I was able to reach my goal of being a state placer. That's why wrestling is so great. It's not just a sport. It's a way of life that builds warriors on and off the mat. My goal for the next wrestling season is to place first and be a state champion for Riverton High School. Any support that you can give us as student athletes to compete at the highest levels is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. David Bracken and then Connor Lawden on deck.
Yes, I'm David Bracken, and Garrett Bracken is my son. I wrestled in high school, and following graduation, I was able to assist coaching at Logan High School while attending college at Utah State University. This background allowed me to pay for some of my education and allowed me to gain that wonderful education. Since then, I have coached at Riverton High School since 2014. I have seen wrestling grow to include all types of individuals and people. Girls wrestling has also been included and added as a fully sanctioned sport by the Utah High School Athletics Association. Yet nothing in our district has changed about our size or room. One of the greatest things about wrestling is that no one is cut from the wrestling team. All are invited and welcome to participate, creating a sense of inclusion that is rivaled by no other sport. However, there are some concerns, as had been mentioned, including the equality between districts where athletic regions cross multiple boundaries. Some school districts put extra emphasis on their programs and spend extra money creating better facilities. This leads to some of the same teams dominating year over year, while others are left behind. I would love to see more equality put behind the athletic programs and teams to see support so that these young individuals can accomplish their athletic goals and dreams. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Connor, go ahead and come up, and George Lopez on deck.
All right. My name is Connor Loden, and I'm a sophomore at Riverton High School. And most of my opinions have been voiced already, but I would just like to reiterate how Gorman said it helps people's mental states, and I'm not sure where I would be at without this sport because I've been struggling with stuff in my life. So I would just like to reiterate that, and then I would also like to say how I'm one of the biggest guys in the room, me and my partner, and when we roll around, there's a great chance of us hitting people and injuring someone, and it's happened multiple times in our room. And then I would also just like to say I've been wrestling for 2 years, which is less than most people, and I've been able to qualify for the state tournament with the help that I've had at the high school, and it's not exactly easy to qualify for the tournament. And I would just like to say that this is a great community that we have, and I've become closer with all the wrestlers and the coaches as I've wrestled. And that's it. Thank you for your time, and yeah.
Thank you, and congratulations. All right, George Lopez, and he will be followed by Kai Maik. Sorry if I killed your name.
Thank you for the opportunity to allow us to be able to speak here. And I would just like to say good afternoon, everyone. My name is George Lopez. I'm a wrestler for Riverton High School. I am currently a junior, and I've been wrestling since freshman year. I'd just like to say I love this sport so much. I don't know what I'd be doing right now if it wasn't for Joe Gorman right now. He's made me love this sport so much. And I want to bring up a concern about our practice space. With so many athletes on the team, it's becoming increasingly difficult to find enough room to practice effectively. It feels cramped, and I believe it limits our ability to improve and work on our skills. When we're all trying to practice at the same time, it can get chaotic, and it's tough to focus on what we need to do. I really think we should explore options for a larger space, and it would allow everyone to give their best effort in practice. Having enough room would not only help us develop our individual skills, but also improve our teamwork and communication. It would make a huge difference for all of us and create a better environment for training. I believe sports bring families together, friends, and even teammates. I see my wrestling team as a family. How can we be a family when we have to practice separately? How are those first-year wrestlers going to know if they're cared or loved if I don't even know their first name? Us being able to practice safely in a bigger room would fix this problem, because me and other previous wrestlers that have wrestled before would be able to introduce ourselves and be able to meet them and make sure that they're loved in the wrestling room. I hope we can find a solution to this issue soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll invite Kai up, and then Kai will be followed by Shelly Reachman.
All right. Good evening. My name is Sai Miyake. I am you're good. I am a history teacher and the head coach for the Riverton girls wrestling team. First, just wanted to say thank you so much to the board for this great opportunity, and just a little bit of a reason why we need to advocate for a larger wrestling room and a larger emphasis on athletic facilities in the district. So first, I want to tell you, wrestling saved me. Now, I didn't come from a broken home or a really underprivileged background by any means, but as a young person who started wrestling in high school, which is a lot later than some of the other fine individuals we've had speak today, it gave someone who didn't really have a direction in life a good way to focus and a good challenge that will always be presented to me in the past, present, and future. So it's one of the great things about this great sport. Now, going back to my own high school experience, I grew up in Southern California, and I went to Diamond Bar High School. And the great way that they're able to manage together, having such a large team, we had about 80, 90 in our roster, was we would split up our JV and varsity in our specific wrestling room, and then we just looked for any sort of option that we had around our school, and that was the football team rooms that they were using in the winter anymore. And doing that provides a good space for both teams and provides a space for all the athletes. However, there is that sense of, are we a second-class citizen or are we not good enough? The same thing that we have seen for our girls team this year is been reflected in that previous statement that I just made. We have been relegated to wrestling in the Tech Atrium on B-Day practices, which is about half of our season. That is a few months long. And I've had many complaints of my athletes saying that, why do we have to wrestle in this room when we can, all potentially be together? And I've had to tell them many times that unfortunately, due to the space constraints, that is not possible. Other schools as well in the district could benefit from this because, as most of you are aware, most of the high schools in the district have the exact same plan at Riverton. And I know that if we were able to be given this opportunity of expansion, maybe this would also reflect in other schools as well, not just looking out for us. Just some facts I want to share with you for the growth and expansion for women's wrestling. At the 2021 6A tournament, which was the very first one sanctioned by this great state, in one of the common weight classes of 130, there were 9 wrestlers out of a potential 16 girl bracket. Now this year, we had a full 16 bracket with also 2 extras in case one of them was injured or couldn't make weight for that day. That was hosted at the UCCU Center at UVU. And I forgot to mention that at the 2021 tournament, it was hosted at Westlake High School. So this shows the immediate growth of the sport, and if we want to attack this challenge head on in order to provide a better opportunity for our student athletes as we continue to grow this great, amazing sport of wrestling, Riverton High School and additionally all the other schools in the district would benefit from an increased athletic funding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sai, and I apologize for my poor pronunciation. All right, Shelly and then Maria Johnson on deck.
Good evening. I'm Shelley Reichman. I'm a speech-language pathologist in Jordan School District. Jordan School District currently employs approximately 93 speech-language pathologists and speech-language technicians. We learned recently that speech-language impairment, or SLI, is the most common classification in special education for our students. This does not reflect the reality that students with other classifications are often also receiving speech-language services. You may or may not be aware that our district receives financial reimbursement from Medicaid for speech-language services that we provide. I'm not sure what is done with those funds at the current time, but I was told in years past that they were used to fund the district nurses. Every year, our district has difficulty recruiting and retaining enough speech-language professionals to cover the need in our district. This contributes to the burnout felt by remaining clinicians who struggle to cover services for those students whom our district is legally required in the IEP to provide. The speech-language pathologists in our district are the second lowest paid of all the districts in Utah. We have lost good SLPs to greener financial pastures in other districts, the medical field, and private practice. We are paid on the teacher's salary scale, but not given all the financial benefits of a teacher, such as access to the former TSSP funds, which are now known as the SHINE funds, and having our national certification, the Certificate of Clinical Competency from the American Speech Language Hearing Association, recognized monetarily in the same way that national board certification is recognized for teachers. Davis School District pays at a master's plus 30 level. We apparently don't get those perks because we are not really a teacher, we are therapists. But we are not paid on the same salary scale as a PT or an OT. We respectfully ask to be treated completely as a teacher or a therapist and receive the financial increase that will allow our district to fill and maintain our critical needs for speech language services. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Maria Johnson, followed by Jordan Blasovic. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Maria Johnson. I'm here to speak also on the need for improved athletic facilities here in our school district, specifically Riverton High School for wrestling. As most of them already mentioned, we definitely need more space. A couple other things I want to add to. This last season we had probably about 80 boys, 15 girls on our high school team, and we also do a 4th to 8th grade team that runs during the season, and we had about 75 of those boys. And we also run a kindergarten to 3rd grade group also after the season's over. And I have 5 children myself, and all of them have been able to participate in these programs, including a freshman daughter that tried this year, and then my son that's a junior is a 2-time state qualifier, and my husband is also a volunteer coach and helps out, so we are very involved. I'm the team mom and have been for 3 years now. In addition to safety that they've kind of already talked about, just if you haven't been in our wrestling room, there is a pillar right in the middle of the room where the boys are trying to wrestle. Even that in and of itself is pretty, 2 pillars, I stand corrected. There definitely has been not only Garrett's injuries, but other injuries as well, and that is not acceptable. Also wanted to comment, I'm also an academic advisor employed by Jordan School District so mostly specifically work with 9th grade with freshman athletes. I try to especially watch out for them, but specifically have seen hands-on how much it has helped, how excited that they are to be a wrestler, and how much it's helped their confidence, and how much it's motivated them to perform well academically, that they have a good group of friends, and also benefit from the physical training. I know as a mom, anything to get my kids off the screens is a good thing. So if they're out, they're exercising and practicing, and even in the hallways of the school, I'm telling boys all the time, save it for the mat. Kids, boys and girls, both need that good physical outlet of something that we can do, and so that it's a good thing that we should be putting more resources and funds into wrestlers, and not only just wrestlers, but just all athletes in general. I think it's kind of been brought up. There's many schools that have a really nice field house. We live in Utah. It's cold all winter long, and so to have more facilities, not only are we competing with wrestlers, but we're competing with basketball, we're competing with spring sports, practicing in the gyms. We don't even have the gym space. We're confined in the small wrestling room. Another possible solution too is if just school funds are not available for this, maybe perhaps city funds or county funds could be pooled for a City of Riverton rec center or something along those lines. I know Tawny McKay, who's the current Riverton City Council member and currently running for mayor, has mentioned that our need for recreation facility here in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Jordan, followed by Hannah Larson on deck.
Good evening, Board. I am Jordan Blazovich. I'm the speech pathologist at Bastion Elementary. I have been there for 5 years, and it's been an honor and a privilege to have been there. I'm also the SLP at Harriman High School, so I serve 2 schools, and with those 2 schools combined, I see on my caseload 101 students, which is quite a lot for one person to do. So I would like to echo a previous speaker's comments about the need for additional funding for speech pathologists. in our district at a time where there's a critical need or shortage in the schools. Certainly, I would love to see all 101 give them the proper services that they need. After all of these students are on IEPs, and all services should be individual. That's the I in IEP. But sometimes it's hard when those services are affected because of high caseloads. One of the proposed solutions that me and my colleagues have asked for and are approaching the board for tonight is an increase in SLP pay to help our profession flourish here in Jordan School District, to be competitive with other school districts. Comparably, Jordan School District, in terms of pay for SLPs, pays the second least amount in terms of pay for our SLPs. So in the remaining time, I'd like to propose a few things. The first is, if possible, to match us with our colleagues, with our OTs and our PTs and our psychs. As a previous speaker said, we are not teachers, we are specialized. We have gone to school, we have master's degrees that are required for this job. So to have the proper pay would help. If possible, we'd also like to have things such as the national certification stipend. We as SLPs are certified through ASHA. Access to SHINE funds, which we have been left out for since the initiation under TSSP, and then supplementary pay for people who take on larger caseloads. In the remaining time, I'd like to have all of the SLPs and SLTs here tonight stand up, because I think it's important to recognize all of these people here tonight who have sacrificed their time to be here to talk about really an important issue. So with that, we respectfully ask for your consideration on these matters. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll now hear from Hannah Larson, followed by Greg Hazard.
Hello, my name is Hannah Larson. I'm a freshman. And this year,
is the light on your mic?
Yes, it is green.
It is.
Yeah.
Just come closer.
Okay, sorry.
Thank
There we
you.
go. Okay, I'm a freshman. I took state this year for wrestling, and my notes just died, but we'll try. We go to the wrestling room, and a lot of times it's full or being used, and so we have to go to the Tech H room and move all the chairs and the desks and everything, bring out giant mats and set it all up, do practice, then move it all back the way it was. And so I'm gonna be here the next 3 years, and it would be wonderful to see some improvements on the facilities and the wrestling room, and to be able to be in one big room as a team would be wonderful. And my sister was here 3 years ago. She now is at Snow College. She got a scholarship for wrestling. Anyways, in her beginning years, there was only a few students and only a few girls wrestlers, so they oftentimes have to go against guys. But now the numbers have skyrocketed, and we hope to have a full lineup next year. And it would be wonderful to just have everything we needed to be able to have the room and be like the other girls teams. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Greg Hazard, and that's the end of our list.
So good evening. I'm a former elementary school teacher, resource specialist, and vice principal in Southern California. Our family moved to South Jordan and became part of this district just earlier this year. I'm coming to you as a daddy today. I have a large investment in this community. I'm the landlord for the Texas Roadhouse in South Jordan, as well as the Raising Cane's, and do a lot of philanthropy for this district. The greatest concern I have is I have 2 special needs children, autistic children that are nonverbal, and for 18 times this year, transportation has said to me in a parent square at 6 o'clock in the morning, the driver for your student's bus is not available today. We do not have another driver. We are asking if you can please take your student to and from school today. If this is not possible, please call us accordingly. I bounced this off a couple of dozen of my colleagues, and all of them agree that this reads like we don't have a driver for you. We did, on 2 occasions, solicit a driver from the district, and they came at 9:30 in the morning. So both of my students missed 30 minutes of educational time. And then they came home late, so usually 30 to 40 minutes late. If you don't understand children that are on the spectrum, they are very much part of the routine. And some of the situations that they've had is just, it changes the dynamic of their day. It changes their ability to do efficient instruction at school. On Thursday and Friday, we had this situation again. I've collaborated with Paul Bajeri, your director. I will tell you an asset to your staff is Scott Thomas. Is he here tonight anywhere? Right, okay. So we've had several discussions, and he is fantastic. Not only is he a smooth talker, Betty Crocker, but he really is just trying to understand and meet the needs of our children. You can't see this from here, but this is blood on a transportation window from one of our school buses just yesterday. This is what happens when my daughter, who's on the autism spectrum, has her day disrupted, sees her brother go late to school, or he's not home when she comes home. These are just the little things that kind of affect someone with autism. My point is, there are multiple state and federal laws that have been violated and broken. I've been very patient. I've collaborated with Scott at least 3 or 4 times. I've collaborated with district officials like Paul at least a dozen times. IDEA, FAPE, FBLA, multiple have been violated. Parents are disrupted as well. I've had to change flights. We had to hire a nanny. So a variety of different things. I am asking this board to consider this very, very seriously. I've tried to, as a former educator, just collaborate with the district management and solve this, but nothing's being done. 18 times to take my children to school or pick them up is just unacceptable. I would ask the board to look for funds to facilitate this and meet the needs of my special needs children and all children, because it's not affecting just mine, but multiple children. Thank you for your time.
All right, that concludes our listed speakers for public comment. Is there anyone here who intended to speak but missed the sign-up sheet? Great. I believe we have a few emailed comments.
Sarah Cisneros. Dear board members, school district board, I hope this message finds you well. My name is Sarah Cisneros, and I am a parent of 2 children in the district. I currently have a daughter in 1st grade attending Aspen Elementary, and I also have a daughter who is registered to enter kindergarten for the 25-26 school year at Aspen. I am writing to express my strong interest in having a dual language immersion DLI program implemented at Aspen Elementary. As a parent, I believe this program would greatly benefit not only my children, but also the entire school community by fostering bilingualism, cultural awareness, and academic excellence. I kindly request that the board consider making the Spanish language option a part of the DLI program at Aspen, as I believe Spanish is a valuable language for students to learn, given its global importance and relevance in our community. It is very important to me that the program is implemented by the time my younger daughter enters 1st grade, and I hope that this request is taken into consideration for future planning. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your ongoing commitment to providing a quality education and for considering my comments. I truly appreciate the hard work and dedication of everyone involved in making our school district such a wonderful place for our children to learn and grow. Thank you again for your time and attention. Sincerely, Sarah Cisneros. Jenny Koftanow. Dear Jordan Board of Education, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Godfrey, and his team in the Jordan Education Foundation for your unwavering commitment and support of Jordan's unified schools. Coming off of the Special Olympics, unified basketball tournaments, and the tremendous joy and camaraderie I will skip that word, experienced by all students and parents involved, I'd also like to thank our teachers and administrators for their unparalleled, enthusiastic embrace of our unified students. I'd also like to take this opportunity to share with you a perspective you may not have heard before, that of our non-disabled general education students. In and outside of the classroom, our special needs students fill a role for our student body that cannot be duplicated by anyone else. The profound impact these students have on their peers is pure, unadulterated happiness and fosters beautifully symbiotic friendships. Here are some snippets of letters from Gen Ed peer tutors shared with permission. I wish I could tell you, quote, I wish I could tell you how much the class makes me want to come to school. It's kind of weird, like I can't explain it. These kids are just so good. They gave me a reason to come to the school in the morning. I love how they just love me and treat me like myself. I want to be like them one day. I have learned to just be myself. As a middle schooler, you are taught to be like everyone else and just follow the trends and rules. By being around the kids, I have learned to not really care what people think and just be myself. End quote number one, student number two. I love interacting with all the students and playing with them. They've helped me brighten my day and always know how to help me, make me laugh and have a good time. They are all wonderful students, and I'm grateful I was able to be part of this class. Student three. I've learned how to teach and be there for them. I've also learned patience, and that has helped me with my younger siblings. This class has shown me how capable these kids are and how smart they are even with their disabilities. Number four. I have learned how to interact with boys and girls with different disabilities. I learned a little bit of each kid's personality, and it helped me help them. Not only did I help them learn, but I totally learned from them. I learned that it's okay to be different. It's actually supposed to be a good thing, and we should love that about everyone. A quote from the fifth. I have learned that being kind is one of the best ways to live. Some people are just so nice, and watching them be nice to everyone, I have learned to be nice no matter what. And the last one, my favorite experience in this class, honestly, just becoming friends with all the kids in this class and just having somewhere I can be myself and having people around me that actually care. And the environment is so different from all the other classes I have. But honestly, my favorite, you have to hit the reset button. There you go. But honestly, my favorite part is just the kids in the class I get to come hang out with. My most humble appreciation, Jenny Koftanow. Wendy Barrett. Hello, this is Wendy Barrett, one of the speech-language pathologists in Jordan District. I am one of the SLPs who has come to the last couple board meetings and made some comments about ways to recruit and retain speech-language pathologists in our school district. Over the last couple of months, Suzanne Woods on the board has been very gracious in learning more about the role SLPs play in our district. She suggested that I reach out to you to see if you need any specific information. As a group, we have proposed options to help ease the chronic shortage year over year by enticing certified SLPs to come and stay in Jordan School District. Numerous JSD SLPs will be at the board meeting tonight to advocate for our plan. In November 2023, we shared a slideshow which documents the critical shortage of SLPs and has information about our proposal to attract and retain talent. We are currently updating this presentation with the most current data. We'll be happy to send this updated presentation as soon as it's ready. Thanks, Wendy Barrett.
Thank you. We appreciate those who have commented, and again, you're always welcome to stay, but please feel free to step out if you have other things pressing this evening. We'll now move into our general business, and I'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda items for A through C.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Mr. Barnett, to approve the consent agenda items A through C. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. Right, I'll now accept a motion to accept the consent agenda.
I move that we accept the consent agenda items 5A through E.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Mr. Barnett to accept consent agenda items A through E. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 And any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Now accept a motion to approve the bids.
I move that we accept the bid for Bingham High School HP Chromebooks and licenses.
I'll second.
A motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Barrow to accept a bid for Bingham High School HP Chromebooks and licenses. Any discussion?
Couple questions. To whom do I address?
Rodney
my
can't
question?
make it, but he could be accessible by phone if he needed to.
Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to do that.
Before you vote?
You can.
Yeah,
address it
yeah.
now.
It's not going to
Ask
change my
your
vote.
questions, and if we can't answer them, we can follow
My
up.
questions, so two questions were, I just wanted to make sure my assumption that the licenses are always attached to a Chromebook and not to a student. And then my second question was the standard life of a Chromebook in the district.
We do
3 to
have
5 years, pretty standard.
We do have two members of our information systems department, including the director of information systems, that could probably answer that question on your behalf.
Okay.
On the school's behalf, if you're willing to.
Sure,
that.
yeah, that's fine.
Thanks, Mr. Heaps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Heaps, Director of Information Systems. Light is on. Let's see if I can get, is that better? Okay. Let's see, your first question was
Licenses.
license. Yes, the management license that schools purchase is tied to the Chromebook. So like in an elementary school, it doesn't matter how many elementary kids touch that Chromebook, it's attached to the device itself.
Great, and then the lifespan of our Chromebooks is 3 to 5 years, pretty standard.
That one's a little more tricky. You can get 5 or 6 years out of them. It really depends on how they're being used. So if you take a look at an elementary school where the Chromebooks stay in the classroom, then you can get maybe 5 or 6 years. You know, when we started sending Chromebooks home with the kids, and they're carrying them around in backpacks and transporting them to and from school, you know, that reduced the lifespan on those. So it wouldn't be unusual if you got maybe fewer years out of it.
Thank you.
Do high schools or maybe secondary schools, do they rotate like a third of their inventory, or do they do it all at once like Bingham High here? Is this replacing, this isn't replacing all of their Chromebooks, is it? Is it just a portion of them?
I don't know that I know the answer to that. The schools have their own funding. A lot of times it's either based on the Chromebooks are getting old or damaged and need to be replaced. Sometimes it's just that they come to the end of life and that they need to replace them. I would think that Bingham would not be replacing all of them in one big chunk. That would be a very large purchase, so
Yeah.
a school like that probably is rotating through them.
Can I ask a question, and maybe you know the answer to it or not, but I was wondering if all of our high schools have different variations on their Chromebooks. Like, do some let the students take them home during the summer? Do some do not? Do they check them in at the end? And would that increase the life expectancy of the laptops or Chromebooks, if we switch it up? I don't know. That might be a difficult question, sorry.
Yeah, I might not be the one to answer that question.
Okay. What about the warranty on a Chromebook? Do we have a warranty when we purchase them?
Typically, it comes, I think, with a 1-year warranty. We have these things, because the schools purchase the Chromebooks, but Information Systems repairs them. So we have these, what we call them Chromebook parties during the summer, where we take all of the Chromebooks that are getting surplus and we strip them for parts. And so then we use those parts to try to keep as much life in our current inventory of Chromebooks out there until there's just kind of no life left in them. They're such a low-cost device that, sending them out for repair, it's cheaper just to replace them by the time they hit the end of life. But we do our best to try to keep as many in stock and repaired as we can.
Sounds like a fun party. You should invite me.
It is a good party.
Other questions? All right, let's go ahead and call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 And any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. I'll take a motion. Feel free to couple together bids that in your motion, if you feel so inclined.
Want me to make the white paper one, or does someone else want the privilege? I'll do it. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the white paper, copy paper for $94,086 and 40 cents for 3 months of white copy paper.
I second.
Motion by Dr. Robinson, a second by Ms. Wood, to approve our white copier paper for central warehouse bid. Any discussion?
That is cool that we're teaming up with the Granite School District on this.
And it was cool to see the breakdown of how much paper it was.
Yeah, which helps those people think that we're just on computers, so we have a good mix between that.
All right. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously.
So I can do the next one if you want, or someone else. I think we could do D, E, and F, facility services, in one, unless someone wants to break them out. So I'll make a motion that we approve facility services items D, E, and F.
Wait.
Second. Oh,
We need to read them out.
Did you say D, E, and F?
all the facilities.
D, E, and F. Emergency welding services agreement,
Do you want
parking lot.
C in there?
I was confused that you skipped C, that's why.
Oh, sorry, my problem. We can go C, D, E, and F. Custodial services, we can do the rest together unless someone wants to broke them out.
I do have individual questions, but you can lump them together if you want.
I'll make a motion that we do items C, D, E, F, G, and H.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to accept bids C, D, E, F, G, and H by Dr. Robinson, and a second by Ms. Ms. Wood, sorry. And those are for custodial services, utility vehicle replacement for 3 schools, facility services, emergency welding service agreement, facility services parking lot addition at West Jordan High School, facility services partition door replacement at Riverside Elementary School, information systems, APC Schneider Data Center upgrade, and information systems Skyward Qualitative Business System. Any
Thank you.
discussion?
I should have read those out. I'm a rookie at lumping together.
I do have some questions about a few of those items. I'll just start in order. So regarding the UTV replacements, I'm curious just to know a little bit more information about the need to replace them and how long we expect these to last.
Okay, I'm Steve Peart, the Director of Custodial and Energy Services. As far as the UTV, the reason why we're replacing these 3 is they've continually broken down and needing repair. And when you have a snowstorm and it's not working, it requires loading up another one or borrowing from one of the secondary schools and can sincerely lower the time of cleaning the snow and removing that. Some of the ones that we're replacing, the one at Bingham has over almost 14,000 miles on it. You know, most dealers won't even resell anything over 10,000 miles, so that's an enormous amount of miles for a UTV. The others, I didn't have the mileage, but their hours are also very high when you consider the job that they're doing. Pushing snow is considered heavy labor on these vehicles. So we're planning on replacing those 3. There is also a 4th one at Riverton that we're hoping that we can get parts and fixed to make it running as we kind of cannibalize the ones that before we surplus them. So, and then the smallest of them was the one at West Hills Middle School. It's just a kind of a medium-sized one. We find out that they wear out faster, so we're kind of upgrading that one, and that one we'll use probably as an emergency vehicle for the rest of the district. So, any other questions?
No, that was my same question, so thank you.
Okay, all right.
I did have one question. What do these vehicles look like? I'm a little confused. What type of vehicle is it?
Okay, it's they're not the high performance RZR type UTVs that you see. They're more like they're the farm workhorse type utility vehicles. They have a bed in the back, a cab on the front. They'll have a plow and a spreader that can come on and off during the winter.
Okay.
So, and you know, a bench seat. It's not the sporting type of a UTV that you might more popular see driving around the mountains.
Not the ones with the roll bars and the double.
They do have roll bars, not the seat. The roll bar is just there to hold the roof on. So I don't believe that we've ever tested the roll bars. So, and I hope we never do. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I do have questions about the emergency welding. I'll ask it while you're on your way up, if that's okay. So I see that the estimate is for about $60,000 a year. Can you tell me a little bit about our history and how you came to this number? And then my second is that it seems like they will charge us hourly, and this isn't a contracted amount we're guaranteeing them for work, regardless of how much we use them. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, we had by the way, Dave Rostrom, Director of Facility Services. We had a similar contract a few years ago for welding, and so a lot of it was based off of our previous experience. It really varies. That's on the high end of it. We want to kind of give you the worst case scenario. A lot of it just depends on what failures we have in our heating and cooling system. You know, some years it may be as low as 5,000, but in previous years we have seen it get up close to 60,000 in there.
I also have a question on this one. I know that we have a welding program that our students work in. Are there ever opportunities for students to receive real-life experience with jobs within our district?
We've had some conversations and a little bit of interest in that as well. As of today, we haven't participated in that. We do have in-house welders as well in our general trades department that handle, you know, a lot of furniture repair and some small stuff like that that could potentially benefit the students. This contract is more for specialized welding that we're requesting. And kind of back to your second question, yeah, it's just an hourly rate. There's no contract or any guarantee that they'll have a minimum amount.
Can I ask a question? How often do we have emergency welding situations? Like last year, how many times did we need to bring in someone? I'm curious.
Yeah, it's like I say, it can vary. You know, we've run into it where we had some issues where we had the JATC North and actually Riverside Elementary was both in the same year. That was the year that we ended up getting close to the 60,000. But on the most part, it's just a onesie twosies that we run into and have to come in and make some repairs, or if we're doing some tanks in our boiler rooms and that. So it's really fairly minimal. But like I say, we just want to give you the worst case scenario.
Thank you.
I do have parking lot questions if we're done with the welding piece. Okay. So with the West Jordan parking lot, which by the way, I think it's a great idea. So the bid is for everything that's required from beginning to end, or will there be some additional expenses anticipated after the portables are removed?
It'll be very minimal. Everything is included other than we're not striping the parking lot stalls at this time. So parking lot stalls will have to be striped, and there could be a couple of stop signs or any, you know, like reserve parking in the school request, but very minimal.
Okay, and those things aren't included in this bid?
They're not, no.
Will anything like be laid down for like electric and stuff within the parking lot itself that will need to be covered or removed?
Yeah, it'll all be underground conduit that'll be fed. We're actually having to set another transformer, and there'll be an actual electrical meter out there on the corner that'll be in place until the work is done.
And I have a question. Is it asphalt or concrete?
It's asphalt. Yeah. So
It'll match the back, but not the north parking lot.
Correct. Yeah. It'll have curb and gutter. We'll have parking lot lights included in there. That area up there is kind of an underground, is a storage for our stormwater. And so part of this bit, you'll notice it'll get dug out, and there'll be some underground water storage underneath the parking lot. So that contributes to the increased cost of the project.
Can you explain why there were 3 bids, and between the low and the high, it was 3 times? How does that happen, where one company bids X and another company bids 3X?
Yeah, good question. You know, I think a lot of it is supply and demand. Sometimes you'll have contractors that are really hungry for work, and they're gonna do it for as cheap as they can. You may have some other contractors that are pretty flush with work, but they want to put a bid in, and, you know, if they can make good money on the project, if it happened to get awarded to them, they would take it. That's my best guess. I really don't have a great answer for that. But we feel like we get good competitive bids when we put it out. You know, that's always a plus, where you could be able to see where the prices come in.
Are we ready for the next one? Okay. So this is about the partition door bid. I'd like to know more about the flooring in Riverside Elementary and just the reasons we're wanting to replace that as part of this bid.
Yeah, so it's all the new doors now are all hung from the ceiling. Back when Riverside was built, they put it in and there was a track in the floor. The door ran on the top and bottom. As part of this new one, we would like to remove that track and repair the tile. The tile is 40 years old, so it makes it tough to try to match it or make it look decent. So it's a good opportunity for us to upgrade it while we're removing the track in the floor.
I just wanted to add that my children go to Riverside, and I got to know our janitor there, Bill Flint, very well. And I heard him talk about the partition door many times and how much he dislikes it, that it doesn't work. So I'm grateful that we have the funds to replace it.
It's unusual to be able to get 40 years out of them. So it's the original door.
Got to be safer too, correct?
Yeah, I'm sure on the mechanisms. They're a little bit heavier than the existing door, and so they have to go in and reinforce the trusses, so some additional steel will be added and a box built around them. So it's always a little bit more work than meets the eye, but that's the style of door that's available for us now.
Ready to move on to information systems
I think
questions?
that's the last facility services.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and begin my question as you're on your way up, if that's okay. I'm curious regarding, and you've already introduced yourself, so sorry for jumping right in, but how old is the UPS solution, and what is the expected lifespan of the replacement that you're proposing?
Good question. Our data center is located at the district office. The current solution was installed when the districts split. So as that building was put together and the new data center was created there at that building, this is the solution that was there. So by the time we replace it, it'll be about 17 years. And then we're hoping to get at least that out of our replacement.
And then lastly, with the skyward migration, I just want to confirm my understanding that this will not impact students or parents directly. This is just
Good question, because sometimes there's confusion because we have two skyward systems. One's our student system, the other one's our business or finance. So this transition to skyward cumulative would be for our business one. So parents do not currently have access to that. And the only students that have access to it are those that are employed with us as like sweepers. They use that to clock in and out.
Is it a battery-based UPS? Is that?
Yes. And the nice thing is it's the new lithium-ion battery, so we're hoping to get, better performance, better life out of those.
Right. Any further discussion?
Just one comment. When the subject came up about the skyward movement, the skyward need, this board was a little concerned that there really wasn't another entity that we could turn to. So you tasked the staff at doing due diligence to come back and say, is this really the best way to move forward? That report was given to Finance Committee, and Finance Committee unanimously agreed that we all feel good about this bid. That due diligence was done. We really feel like we're getting a good product for a competitive price, and the three of us all recommended that we move forward with this.
Other discussion? Okay. Those in favor of accepting the bids C through H, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Great. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, let's go ahead and move into our superintendent's report.
Nothing else really to report, just we're entering quarter 4 and after spring break, which really blows me away. That's it.
Thank you. It's exciting, and thank you to those teachers who are receiving pleas from students this week. Please I need to resubmit. All right, let's move into committee reports and comments by board members.
I have a report from the Utah High School Activities Association. We have completed our winter sports, and I want to report, mainly to Mr. Gorman's point, that of all winter sports, team, I'm not speaking individuals, Jordan School District had a school place in every single winter sport except for one. Can you guess what that one is? Boys wrestling. Boys basketball, Harriman took second place. Girls basketball, Ochre Hills took second place. Drill team, Bingham took second place. Co-ed competitive cheer, Riverton took second place. All-girl competitive cheer, Bingham took first place and Mountain Ridge took fifth place. Boys swimming, Mountain Ridge took second place. Girls swimming, Bingham took fourth place and Mountain Ridge took fifth place. And girls wrestling, Mountain Ridge took first place. Now that's not the individuals, those are just the teams. But in every single winter sport but one, Jordan School District had a school place in the finals. Thought that was significant.
Will you send me that?
Send it to us all. I have a report. Last Thursday, I met with the State Charter School Board with Salt Lake Academy, which we've been their charter. Two things were in front of the state's charter board. Number one is the request to have the state charter Salt Lake Academy, and that was approved. So that was I didn't know this, that was effective immediately, so we no longer have a charter school in our district. And then the second thing that they proposed is the closure of Foothills Academy, and they'll reopen that July 1st with Salt Lake Academy being a K-12 two-campus school. So that will dissolve our need for having board members on their board. I'm going to continue to serve on that, but I'll serve as a community member. It does go with our election cycle, so Brian will consider whether or not he wants to continue to go, because our bylaws would allow him to, or whether or not he will resign and we'll find a replacement. So we won't be reporting on Salt Lake Academy anymore.
Government Relations Advisory Committee, we did meet. We are in the process of preparing to meet with our individual local, some of them legislators, now that the session has ended. Our intent is to debrief pros and cons as we see it from the session, and also decide what we would like to ask of them. So my request of board members is, if you have anything that you would like our committee to consider, please send them to me. I'd be happy to include that in our consideration.
Not much to report from facilities. We are working behind the scenes on trigger points for boundary change discussions. Staff has provided kind of their first draft, and as a committee, we're reviewing those, hoping to iterate on those via email, and then next time we sit down, we'll hopefully have something solid that we can present to the board.
Could I pitch an idea to Facilities Committee to bounce around? I wonder if we should go out for a bond for field houses at all 6 of our high schools. Put it in the hands of the voters and say, it's up to you. Do you want to build field houses? Then pass this bond. Then the question's done. We don't have to wonder, we don't have to have people come and say, hey, we need bigger facilities. There's no way we're going to be able to build field houses with summer project money. There's no way. And with all the schools we have to build, our capital budget won't cover it. So I wonder if facilities should start talking about going out for a bond for field houses.
You're saying field houses, so not like a central one that the district schools would share.
6
Each
field
high
houses
school?
at each of our 6 schools. And here's what the cost would be, here's how much tax, and we answer the question once and for all, will the taxpayers approve a bond for field houses? Because new schools all over the state of Utah are being built with field houses. And you've heard patrons come and say, our students are being left behind because we don't have field houses. Well, there's just no way we'll build field houses with summer project money or capital funds. There's just no way. The only way it goes forward is with a bond. No, we're not bonding for schools. We don't have to, we're just simply saying to the voters, here's what's happening with our athletics. Here's what other schools are doing. If you all would approve a bond and increase your taxes this dollar amount, we can build 6 equally designed and beautiful field houses at every one of our high schools, and then we can answer the question once and for all.
Facilities would love to do that with the approval of the board.
Can I just ask one question? Are there any steps we would take before that, for example, to make sure we have enough land, or we have enough land at all of our high schools?
That would be part of this.
That would be part of it, okay.
Yep.
So I think it's more complicated than that. I think you have a swimming community that would be up in arms if we build field houses without considering swimming pools. You also have a performing arts that would just go berserk because every district is also building new performing arts community. But I do support this. I think that what we need to do, instead of just field houses, we need to wrap up a facility kind of strategy. And I don't know if it's at every school. I don't even know if we have room at every school. Or if we do like a North District and South District, District 1, or 2 schools share a facility. We do 3 facilities, but I would love to have us consider that, but also go out to the community and, maybe do some lighthouse surveys or something more complex to really see what are our facility needs and how can we accomplish them. I also don't want that bond to be so high that it sinks a bond that we need to pass later on. So there's some complexity to it all, but I support exploring it, and we certainly, if we don't take some steps to step it up in that area, we're going to be significantly behind other districts. So
I would also wonder that if we, this is all hypothetical, if we build field houses, would that then detract from some of these schools that need facility updates? Are we then going to kind of let that fall by the wayside, which I don't think we should, right? But would that get lost in the weeds if we build big field houses? Just a thought.
I appreciate Riverton saying, give it a year or whatever. I think a year study or even a 6-month study or something. I would love to explore, because maybe there's some other ways we can meet these needs immediately and then have a long-term plan, build it into our long-term future. But we certainly need to address this. We've considered it in the past, and it would be interesting to see if a bond would pass for these facilities.
I think all of those are questions that the Facilities Committee would have to answer.
Is a bond the only alternative we have?
No.
I just don't foresee any possible way, given the schools we have to build in the next 10 years and our capital budget, that we would ever have funds in our capital budget or summer projects budget, which is part of the capital budget, to build field houses.
It would just be a super slow rollout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, we could explore that option too. Just, it'd be nice to look at a lot of options, but this is something that needs to be addressed.
But I think we need to not kick the can down the road anymore, and we need to start having that conversation as this becomes a very real reality in school districts around us. I think we need to have a response to say, we're going to put it in the hands of the voters. They're going to answer the question, yes or no. We support this or we don't. If the answer from the voters is no, then we can go back and say, okay, then what would Plan B be?
You don't want to look at a Plan B just in case? Like
I think-
simultaneously look at other options?
I believe so. The Gordman Sports Center might be a great facility. I mean, I think we look at a lot of options, but that might be the only option. But you never know. You might stumble into something else on the way, including getting investors to help us and, you know, people in the community. So I think there's lots of things to look at. I think that what Mr. Dunford's saying is probably where we're going to land in the long run, but I would love to explore everything.
I think just for context, we've talked about this a little bit in facilities, this idea of field houses, and I think there was a kind of a general number thrown out about 15 million per, just for kind of your generic field house. You know, so times 6, what is that? Close to 100 million, 90 million. I haven't ever been involved in bonding yet. Is that a crazy amount to bond for? No, so it might not get too much pushback.
Oh, it'll get pushback, but I mean, this is where you say to every athletic team in the district, this is, if you want this, you need to get vocal and let your voice be heard by the community so that they know. I mean, we have the voices that will speak for, because there will always be anyone, you know, when you raise their taxes, they're going to speak against it. But this is something that a whole lot of people will speak for.
Can I make a mention of a couple of things? As we analyzed, we had a failed bond that was $500,000 or $500 million. $495, we really tried to trim it back. That was many years ago. As we analyzed the reason that failed, one of the reasons it failed was that we were trying to do so many things with that bond, there was not a clear message. We had signs out in front of every school. There will be a roof on this school. We'll redo the parking lot here. There wasn't clarity. The next time, we were very clear. These are the specific buildings we will be building to alleviate these issues. And the bond was successful. So just from going through those experiences, I think clarity of purpose allows for what Mr. Dunford described, and that is kind of an up or down vote as opposed to a mixed message. This is what we hope to accomplish. Is this important to you as voters? Even before the district split, one theory is that we saved money by only building buildings when we had to, and not investing as much in older buildings. I'm not suggesting that that's necessarily the case, but that was one narrative. Had we put that out to the voters, would they have sent a different message from that? Again, that's one of the narratives we heard. So rather than saying voters probably wouldn't vote for this, the theory here would be, let's give voters a chance to tell us whether this is important enough to them to raise their taxes, because there's clarity around what would be accomplished, something that we didn't offer with failed bond many years ago. The other thing that has changed since that $500 million bond is that the trend is not to drag out the bond process over the course of an entire calendar year. It's to come in, give a lot of information, give time for input and for understanding, but not build that over a lengthy period of time. So there is an opportunity to act more rapidly than we thought was prudent in the past. Again, not taking away an opportunity for input or good information, but having a more condensed timeline so that the message really is impactful and more easily understood than if it's dragged out. So that's a little more context for the work the Facilities Committee will be doing.
Out of curiosity, does anybody have a time frame when, let's say, ideal situation, yes, 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 go, from go to completion of 6 field houses? Are we talking 10 years? Are we talking 2 years? Could it be anywhere in there?
It wouldn't disrupt students.
Right.
So we don't have to wait for summer. We can, and
I think Dave Rostrom could do it over a 3-day weekend.
all 6 of them.
With the design.
I believe in you, Mr. Rostrom.
And be within a couple dollars on the estimate.
I think we need to answer all those questions.
And I think it's important to define what would be included in a field house and make sure that there is equity between all of the teams, that they don't just become the property of the big 3 or the big 2 or whatever at the school. And I feel like those are important things also.
What would they look like?
Yeah, and how would we ensure that all of the teams would be able to use these facilities, and they didn't just, anyway. And I also want to mention that Riverton boys actually did place in the top 10. They were number 7. I mean, as far as placing in state, so.
We'll be top 5 next year.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
Is there anyone?
Oh, go ahead, Brian.
I just wanted to make sure if there was anyone opposed to facilities taking that
Can I call
assignment.
for a vote? Can I make a motion?
Okay.
I move that we direct the Facilities Committee to begin looking at a possible bond for field houses in Jordan School District.
I'll second.
It's a,
But it's just a
It's
committee
information.
action.
It's,
I mean,
it's just
not-
administrative, so you're
Like,
not,
it's just the committee action, not the whole board.
we're not
doing
voting on
something.
a definitive.
So we can vote on it then?
Well, I mean, this is the same kind of stuff that we vote on in
Study
study
session.
sessions. So it's not like the board is taking an action other than directing the committee to do something.
So I can
Do we
third,
need,
fourth, and
do we
fifth
need to
that.
have a vote? I mean, I don't know.
Is that your question, whether we need a motion for it?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's fine, we have a motion. Did you second?
It
I
shows
did.
our enthusiasm.
Well, I just say that because given Brian's response previously that he would like to move forward with things the board takes action on, that's why I'm responding this way. Now we are giving him an official take action on this.
So we have a motion by Mr. Dunford, a second by Mr. Barnett, that we direct Facilities Committee to begin a study on a potential, the potential possibility of a bond that would allow for a field house at each of our 6 high schools. Is there a motion to that discussion?
Can I just speak one more thing to it? I do think with that study, we need to look at who has them and who doesn't with other districts, because I think, although we think everyone's building them, they really aren't. And I would also like to look at their current use, what those other districts are using those facilities for and how effective they're using them. So that should be, the study should be more global than just we're gonna do this. We need to see how others are using them and where they are.
Could I add something to the motion just to add in not just the field houses, but also possible Plan B options in place of field houses? Or is that implied?
I think that's assumed in their task to
Assumed.
look at.
Okay.
Would this just be field houses, or are we looking at facilities? Because I think your performing arts people might have something to say about this.
That's assumed in the look into this.
So it's a facilities update rather than just a field house.
So I'll just add in that I am willing to have it studied. I am deeply hesitant to put a bond out that has no educational piece attached to it. I worry about the messaging that sends to our community, but I'm willing to let you study it out. Okay, other discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And any opposed? Okay, facilities, you have your marching orders. That motion carries. Other reports or comments?
I have something for LEAC. So the first meeting for the Licensed Educator Advisory Committee will be on the 23rd of April at 4 o'clock, and location to be determined, and more information will be forthcoming.
I have some committee reports. So for JPAC, our Jordan Parent Advisory Committee, we have a date on that, and an invitation has already been sent out to SEC chairs for April 17th. And it will be here, and they have been made aware of that. We've gotten a few RSVPs. And then I was able to attend the PTA regional meeting today. And just one thing from there is that Utah PTA in general is going under like a restructuring update of how PTA is structured in the state that is supposed to come into effect this summer. So.
Have terrible implications for our district area, right?
No, it won't be too big of a switch for our region, no.
Just for your information, JLC will begin meeting to begin discussions on legislative priorities. If you have specific items that you would like represented there, please feel free to reach out to me.
When do their meetings and things start back up again?
So the meetings between sessions are a little different. They're for the voting member of JLC. They meet monthly. And then the delegate assembly is where you'll vote on the priorities that are hatched in those JLC meetings.
Cool. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right. That brings us to the end of our meeting. So I will take a motion.
I move that we adjourn.
I second.
Right. We have a motion to adjourn. A motion by Mr. Barnett, seconded by Ms. Dean. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? This meeting is adjourned. At 8:30.